are preventable.
Ooh, gas station sushi. Yum.
That's preventable.
I'm just going to tell my boss what I really think of him.
Oh boy.
That's preventable.
Maybe a face tattoo would look good.
That's preventable too. The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable. Colon cancer is common and deadly, but that's also preventable.
Oh my gosh, it's a bear! Let's get a selfie with it.
Also preventable. The Alliance is doing its part to end colorectal cancer. Now, do yours. Get involved. And if you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor about the colon cancer screening options available to you.
Betcha I can eat 50 hot dogs in an hour.
Preventable!
Actually, Your Honor, I'm representing myself.
Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more. That's colorectalcancer.org. And together, we can save lives.
Hey, honey.
Oh no.
Check this out.
No.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City. This is KSL News Radio, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good morning. KSL News time is 5 o'clock. This is Utah's Morning News. I'm Andy Farnsworth.
And I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story this hour.
This summer, Roy city leaders are looking at getting rid of their fireworks show for a variety of reasons.
It's been a contentious topic in town. KSL News Radio's Reagan Edelman begins our live team coverage.
It was a hot-button item at Roy's city council meeting this week, but budget concerns ultimately pointed council members to cutting the show.
These are traditions that I've enjoyed for a long, long time, but the low-hanging fruit is gone, and now I think we're getting at some of the painful spots.
The city says their budget is already strained, and fireworks are expensive. On top of the cost of materials, the city says more money also has to go to law enforcement that night, and there are concerns of attracting gang activity from neighboring cities. That, on top of drought conditions, led to the decision to cut back, but the budget is still strained, and the city says they may still have to cut even more Roy Days activities in the future. Reagan Edelman, KSL News Radio.
KSL talked to several people living in Roy about the possibility they won't have a city fireworks show this year. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis joins us live. Brianna?
Andy, at the Roy Farmers Market, over a dozen people spoke with KSL, and only one said they'd be fine without the fireworks. The rest, like Kelsey Dunlap and Christela Ostler, said they aren't too happy.
Honestly, I'm super disappointed about that. It's actually kind of sad. I'm very sad to hear that.
Some point out this is the country's 250th birthday, and we should be having bigger celebrations this year. The City Council says the decision is not yet final. Live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. President Trump says gas prices will plummet as soon as the war with Iran is over. But experts are warning that may not be the case. Here is ABC's Elizabeth Schulze, who covers economics.
Now you've got President Trump saying, we might not see the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz end until Labor Day. You have oil executives warning that means that oil is not going to get even close to the levels that it was moving before the war. And as that continues, that's where this pain could really start to enter kind of a next level, where you could see gas prices tick up again. You could see oil prices go even higher.
Companies like Exxon and Chevron are now warning that if the war continues for another 3 to 4 weeks, it could essentially start depleting the oil inventories across the world.
President Trump is also dealing with a vote in the House to limit his war power. Here's ABC's Karen Waugh.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill delivering a rebuke to the president. 4 Republicans siding with Democrats as the House voted to direct President Trump to either withdraw forces or get approval from Congress to continue the war. It's a largely symbolic vote with little chance of passing the Senate. The White House brushing it off, saying President Trump will continue to protect our national security using his constitutional authority as commander-in-chief.
President Trump says the peace talks are still moving forward, but there is no timeline of when a deal could be reached.
More than $5 million has been approved for wildlife projects in Utah. KSL News Radio's Isabella Sosa has more.
The Utah Species Protection Account will fund 33 projects to help wildlife, both endangered and not endangered. Utah Wildlife Action Plan Coordinator Scott Gibson says the key is to be proactive.
We have a lot of great wildlife diversity here in the state, and a lot of those species are not listed on the Endangered Species Act, and we would like to keep them that way.
Some projects will be removing invasive carp from Utah Lake to protect the June sucker, researching Wilson's phalarope, which has been petitioned to be listed on the Endangered Species Act, and others. Isabella Sosa, KSL News Radio.
Time for KSL weather with Kristen Van Dyke, who says we are in the mid-80s today. Then into the 90s on Saturday and Sunday, and the heat's also going to be accompanied with some wind.
Even along the Wasatch Front, we could see those gusts up near 30, 35 miles an hour, and that's going to extend into southwest Wyoming. So Saturday, hot, much hotter than it's been, and these winds picking up. Fire danger is going to be really high, so something to keep in mind.
Today's high should be around 86.
First look traffic now on your Thursday morning, and here is Cameron Elliott. Good morning, Cam.
Good morning, Amanda. How are you?
I'm great, thanks.
Lovely. Well, unfortunately, the roads aren't as such. We're kicking things off today with a crash on northbound I-15 at the 1400 North exit in Springville. Looks like it's just going to be sitting on the right shoulder of the on-ramp. That's at 1400 North. We've also got some early delays on eastbound I-80 at the mouth of Parley's Canyon due to a repaving project. I'm Cameron Elliott in the KSL Traffic Center.
A member of the University of Utah's football team was part of a hearing in Washington, D.C. on the importance of protecting college sports as we currently know it. And he was put on the spot by one of Utah's senators. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with details. Adam?
And a U.S. Senate committee, which Utah Senator John Curtis sits on, questioned conference leaders, former coaches, and players as they consider regulating name, image, and likeness contracts. And Utah Utes defensive end Lance Holtzclaw was one of those who got to testify.
I've experienced the impact of NIL, the transfer portal, conference realignment, evolving eligibility rules, and the many changes shaping modern college athletics. These issues are often discussed through the lens of policy, economics, and governance, but behind every decision are real students.
Though Holtzclaw, who has played at other schools before coming to Utah, had his loyalty tested when Senator Curtis asked him who his favorite team was as he put a U of U hat in front of his mic. When Holtzclaw responded that he didn't have a favorite but represents the U, Curtis responded, "You should be in politics." Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
The New York Knicks strike first in the NBA Finals, beating the Spurs in San Antonio in Game 1.
Brunson holding up high against Vassell. Now cuts to the left, free throw line. Hops back, digs in, shot up, and good! Brunson, big bucket, 37 seconds to go.
That's Mark Kestisher on the call on ESPN Radio. Game 2 is set for Friday night.
BYU hosted another World Cup friendly at South Field last night. South Korea took on El Salvador, and South Korea came away with the 1-0 win. Both teams will now prepare for their opening games in the World Cup, which starts next week.
Are run clubs becoming the new dating app? Some Utahns say they're finding friendship, community, and even romance while logging a few miles.
If you've noticed more run clubs popping up across Utah, you're not imagining it. At Cozy Coffee in South Salt Lake, founder Jenef Bogdanovich says the response to his weekly run club has been wild.
First run club had 250 people. Within our first month of run club, 1,400 new people, a community that people just want to get together and just connect.
He says many participants come alone, but leave with new friendships and connections as run clubs become an alternative to bars, dating apps, and scrolling from home. From Salt Lake City, Eric Cabrera, KSL News Radio.
Well, the roadways looking okay, at least as far as delays. We don't have any big ones, but there is construction affecting you again coming out of Parley's Canyon. And it looks like a crash. It looks like a crash on the freeway down in Utah County. We'll get a check of your commute coming up next.
Email from school about the incident today.
Scary.
Tell me about it. Did you have any idea that was going on?
None. I mean, you saw Derek at the game last night too. Did you have a clue?
No, but you know, teachers like me, parents, we don't always know as much as you guys do. Kids hear first about what's going on with other kids.
Half the time, it's rumors.
It can be hard to tell sometimes, but if you're ever concerned about a friend who's having trouble with alcohol, prescription drugs, bullying, violence, anything, you need to tell an adult. Mom or me, a teacher, coach, school counselor, someone you know and trust.
Dad, no kid is gonna tell an adult about that kind of stuff.
I get it, but if we don't know, we can't help. Speaking up about a problem, that's what helping a friend is all about.
For more information, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
All in together now, we can make it better, can we do it? We'll rope it up, cause we know how to jump.
Moving and eating better every day can help make you and your kids healthier. Search We Can online to find out more. A message from the Ad Council, HHS, and NIH's We Can program.
KSL News Time is 5:09. Traffic and weather together are brought to you by UCCU. You deserve to love where you bank. Let's go to Cameron Elliott.
Well, this morning we've already got a couple of spots you're going to want to watch out for. First, we've got that crash sitting on the right shoulder of the 1400 North entrance to I-15 in Springville. Doesn't look like it's going to be causing many delays, but you're going to want to just keep an eye out for it. Where you will find delays, eastbound I-80 into the mouth of Parley's Canyon due to that paving project bringing things down to one lane. Otherwise, it's just some early slowing at the hot spots like northbound SR 36 on approach to I-80 and eastbound 201 at 7200 West in Magna. Cormac?
We do have a little bit of slowing on southbound I-15 early in Layton, and that's at the Antelope Drive interchange there, and it's just a little slow. We might actually have a crash. They're starting to stack up there. Otherwise, though, your drive through Weber in Davis County not looking too bad at all. No delays on the West Davis. Just look out for the construction zones on southbound Legacy Highway from the West Davis corridor. And also, as you get off on Beck Street, you're going to expect that one-lane construction again this morning. I'm Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
It's going to be a beautiful day today, feeling like summertime. We'll start off with temperatures in the 60s in the morning, then highs in the mid to upper 80s this afternoon, plenty of sunshine and a little breezy later today. Then tonight it's back down into the upper 50s and low 60s with even warmer weather on the way over the next few days. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
And right now, partly cloudy and 70 degrees downtown. Coming up in a moment, SpaceX is sharing more information about their plans to go public next week. Could set some records for Elon Musk. We're going to have more on that, plus music in a minute, coming up on KSL News Radio.
Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Warmer weather is finally here, and that means cookouts,
ball games,
and maybe enjoying some time on the water.
But it also means lots of heavy food, sweets, and maybe an extra adult beverage or two. Thank goodness we both take Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All the things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted natural ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Active Liver helps us enjoy the good things in life with peace of mind that our liver isn't working overtime. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, and you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be. So we asked kids, what do you want your parents to hear?
I feel sometimes that I'm not listened to. I would just want you to listen to me more often and evaluate situations with me and lead me towards success.
We're not adults, so just be there and listen. I just want someone to yap to. And I just feel like I'll be fine if someone just hears me talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk.
You're doing a really good job. And I don't think I tell you that enough. And I know sometimes we get into it and it's just hard on both of us. But, try to understand me more and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at sounditouttogether.org. That's sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Pivotal.
Ready for your next vehicle? At Performance Automotive in Bountiful, your new Ford, Toyota, or Honda is here. Built for Utah communities, Canyon weekends, and everything in between. Choose capability with Ford, long-lasting reliability with Toyota, or smooth efficiency with Honda. Backed by friendly experts and financing options that fit your budget. Visit Performance Ford, Performance Toyota, and Performance Honda for your test drive. Browse inventory, check pricing, and schedule your visit at performancebountiful.com. Performance Automotive in Bountiful. Driven to be the best.
Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, a gripping new podcast about a serial killer you've probably never heard of, Warren Forrest.
If he had dumped two, you would have thought maybe there's another one.
But now a witness identified in the podcast could lead investigators to Jamie Grissom. Binge Stolen Voices of Dole Valley wherever you get your podcasts and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss the latest breaking news in the case.
At KSL News Radio, we have a 30-year legacy of honoring Utah teachers, but we can't do it without your help. Please tell us about an important teacher in your life on the KSL Teacher Tribute Wall, presented by Cypress Credit Union. Each month, one lucky teacher wins a $500 gift card from Cypress Credit Union, a $250 gift card to Harmon's, plus season tickets to Hale Center Theater. Say thanks to your teacher today at kslnewsradio.com/teacher from Cypress Credit Union and KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time, 5:13. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
Roy residents say they're shocked to hear there might not be fireworks at this year's Roy Day celebration. I'm KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis.
Second, an organization suing Box Elder County is sending out handwritten postcards to every Republican voter in their district, asking them to help stop the proposed data center.
Third, traffic and weather together.
Slow going into the mouth of Parley's Canyon on I-80 headed eastbound due to a paving project causing lane restrictions. Otherwise, we've got good speeds on I-15 across the Wasatch Front. I'm Cameron Elliott in the KSL Traffic Center.
Temperatures are going up. Sunny and warm today with a high of 86 along the Wasatch Front. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
And right now it's 70 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Summer is underway, and the cost of hamburger could be headed even higher soon. The reason, a little parasitic fly known as the New World screwworm has been found in U.S. cattle for the first time in decades. Here's ABC's Jim Ryan.
The fly that lays potentially deadly larvae on livestock did not get here under its own power.
It's not because the fly flies tens of miles or hundreds of miles on its own.
U.S. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins.
The only way this spreads is through animal movement.
So the ranch where the larvae were found Wednesday has been quarantined. A screwworm infestation in the 1970s devastated the cattle industry in the largest beef-producing state in the nation. Jim Ryan, ABC News in Dallas, Fort Worth.
The House passing a war powers resolution aimed at halting the conflict with Iran unless President Trump gets congressional approval. It's a mostly symbolic move and comes amid further fighting in the region, says ABC's Mary Bruce.
Iran firing off missiles and drones, attacking U.S. allies in the Gulf. Some of the fiercest strikes since the ceasefire was declared nearly 2 months ago.
Is the ceasefire with Iran still on?
Well, you know, there's a reason for everything. And we hit them pretty hard the night before and actually last night.
The airport in Kuwait ablaze, smoke and flames, people running in terror, at least one killed.
Israel and Lebanon have agreed to a ceasefire that includes a series of security zones where Hezbollah militants would be banned. Melinda French Gates, former wife of Microsoft founder Bill Gates, has pledged another $200 million to support contraceptive access and maternal care for women. You're listening to ABC News.
SpaceX is detailing plans for going public next week in a move that could have Elon Musk breaking records.
When SpaceX goes public this month, it says it plans to raise $75 billion. That would be the largest ever stock market debut and would put Elon Musk in line to become the world's first trillionaire. SpaceX saying initial public offering shares will be set at $135 apiece and that they're going to sell 555 million shares, giving SpaceX a market value of $1.8 trillion. Only 6 companies in the S&P 500 are worth more than that. SpaceX says Musk's voting power in the public company will come primarily through his ownership of 5.2 billion Class C shares, which give 10 votes for every share held. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Hey, I'm John Smith from 103.5 The Arrow, and it is time for Music in a Minute or So. Will the Rolling Stones ever tour again? Mick Jagger says yes. In fact, he says it's only a matter of time before the band is on the road again. But the bad news is you cannot expect it to be anytime this year. Mick and drummer Ronnie Wood told a BBC podcast that it would likely be sometime after 2027. Sabrina Carpenter has been granted a restraining order against a guy she says repeatedly showed up at her Los Angeles home and even tried to force his way inside. Wasn't me this time, I swear. 31-year-old William Applegate claimed he knows the singer and that she was expecting him. The handcuffs that the LAPD put on him disagree. Finally, Pretenders frontwoman Chrissie Hynde has had it with concertgoers filming things on their phones. In a message posted to social media that I literally cannot repeat any part of without getting myself in trouble, Hynde criticized fans who spend concerts recording videos instead of watching the performance, calling it a weird compulsion. Which, if you've ever been stuck behind somebody holding a phone over their head for an entire show, she may just have become your new favorite rock star. That is Music in a Minute or so. I'm John Smith reporting.
Reminds me of when my son and I went to see Bruno Mars a year or so ago in Las Vegas. He was inside one of the hotels, and he had a policy. As we walked in, he took everyone's cell phone. and then they put it in like a little pouch and locked it, and then gave it to you, and then you would they get it unlocked on your way out. And so
that was for the show, not just
whole concert.
Oh, wow.
So he says in the beginning, he's singing, "I took your phones away. I took your phones away." And then he was saying that he realized a couple of years before that he was performing to just a sea of phones, that no one was living it in the moment.
Yeah.
So he said, could we just have a couple of hours where we just come together as human beings and dance and sing and enjoy each other, and the memories will be here in your heart and not in your phone.
I could see wanting to record a portion of the concert, to kind of relive the spot where you were and remember that. But to record the entire concert, that's a bit much. And it's true. I've taken a lot fewer pictures over the last few years than before, in part just because it's like, well, hey, I want to
just be there.
Yeah, I want to be there.
The memories
the same
are
reason
here.
that we didn't want a photographer when we were having our kids. Is I was like, do we want a photographer? I was like, no, those are our memories.
Our memories.
Just us.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear that. Anyway, appreciate John Smith here at KSL News Radio.
At 5:19, it's time for a check of traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Receive 4% cash back on cruises at UCCU.com. Here's Cameron Elliott.
Well, we got lane restrictions on both directions of I-80 at the mouth of Parley's Canyon, causing delays going east or westbound, bringing things down to just one lane due to that paving project. Those cones should be moved at some point later this morning, though. Otherwise, we've just got some of the typical slow spots. Northbound SR 36 looking slow ahead of the I-80 Merchant Lake Point. And if you're headed east from there, you might run into some delays on the 201 as you pass through Magna. Cormac?
I-15 no longer delayed between Ogden and Salt Lake. It's a clean drive through Weber and Davis counties on your freeways. Just normal delays to expect. A little congestion both directions on SR 193 at the Southgate to Hill Air Force Base. And Highway 89 seeing its regular super light delays just after the mouth of Weber Canyon. Is the IRS harassing you? Utah tax attorney Jordan Wilcox gets the IRS off your back to end your IRS tax nightmare. Visit endtaxworry.com. That's endtaxworry.com. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Your KSL 7-day forecast showing temperatures are going to be going up for today, highs in the mid-80s. Then it's down into the low 60s for tonight. Going into your Friday, high temperatures get into the mid-90s, and we are going to have to watch for increasing winds Saturday to bring in high fire danger with temperatures in the mid-90s and wind gusts between 35 and 40 miles an hour. By Sunday, though, a cold front comes through, bringing extra clouds, a slight chance for rain, and we'll have those temperatures coming back down to the low 80s. Then it's more sunshine and mid-80s after that. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
Right now, it's 70 degrees downtown, and the 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Today's the day. It is the Give-a-thon. It starts at 8 o'clock this morning.
Yes, it's the day where we dedicate a chunk of our broadcast day to asking you to help the kids and families at Primary Children's Hospital. We'll start at 8 o'clock. We'll go till 5 o'clock. We'll have opportunities where companies will match your donation. It's going to be awesome. If you can't listen later today and take advantage of those matches, though, but you can donate right now. They'll take anything. They love your help. And what would really be awesome is if you became a Smile Maker.
Yeah, which is just as little as $15 a month. You just sign up to be a regular donor, $15 a month. You can text the word SMILE to 57500, and we'll send you a bounce back for that. Or just go online to kslkids.com. And our thanks to J&J Garden Center for sponsoring our Smile Maker program.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Walt Phillips right here on KSL at 3 p.m. Sunday afternoons. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Walt is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in for Walt's Insights and The Gold Show this Sunday afternoon at 3.
America's best warranty from Hyundai includes a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty and 24/7 roadside assistance. Visit your Utah Hyundai dealer for more information.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-345-2789. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and If you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-345-2789. That's 800-345-2789 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-345-2789.
Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, a gripping new 9-part investigative podcast about a serial killer you've probably never heard of, Warren Forrest, a sadistic predator who prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He hid behind the deeds of Ted Bundy, and he's only been convicted of 2 murders, but is suspected of many more. Since the release of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, a witness identified in the podcast could lead investigators to the remains of Jamie Grissom.
He ran into the woods. He said he stumbled. As he fell down, he looks up and sees the body of a young woman.
And now the FBI is testing forensic evidence that had been collecting dust for decades. This cold case is now red hot. Binge the entire season of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley right now, wherever you get your podcasts. And make sure to hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on the latest breaking news.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. It's been 25 years since the 9/11 terror attacks, and the 9/11 Memorial and Museum doesn't want people to forget. So it's launched a $75 million fundraising campaign to educate the millions of U.S. youth who don't remember. Former New York City Mayor Mike Bloomberg is pledging to match the next $25 million in donations.
I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream. And Utah businesses are listening. Cloud 9th Creamery is opening for the season. That's in the 9th and 9th neighborhood. Vegan ice cream maker Monkey Wrench has opened a second location in Sugar House. Salt and Straw is planning to open 2 locations. And Brooker's Founding Flavors is opening for business in Fort Union.
Amazon is working to expand in Europe, and the one way they're doing that is through robots. Reuters reports the company is using AI-powered robots for warehouses. These bots can respond to conversational prompts. It's part of the company's $11.6 billion investment in the EU.
Boy, we had a rough day on the markets yesterday. The Dow closed down 620 points. That was 1 2/10%. S&P closed down 56. That was 0.75%. The Nasdaq closed down 239. That was almost 1%.
Are we still above 50,000 or 50,000?
Let's see. 50,000? We closed above 50,000. Yes,
okay.
Even though we were down that much. And this morning it's mixed. Right now the Dow futures are up 299. That's 0.5%. The S&P futures are down 33. That's another 0.4%. And the NASDAQ futures are down 385 at this hour. That is 1.25%. Let me just see where oil is. See, oil's at $94.57 a barrel. So we're back up there again.
Well, we're still below 100, though. I guess that's okay. But still got a crash being cleaned up on I-15 in Utah County right now. We'll check your commute next.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
This message is for Karina, our mom who finished her high school diploma at age 28. Hi, Mom. It's Emmettith and Nicholas.
Congratulations on getting your diploma.
You worked so hard and have taught us so much. We love you.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
KSL News Time, 5:29. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s, brought to you by UCCU. Improve cash flow with a home equity line of credit. Here's Cameron Elliott.
Still got those early slowdowns at the mouth of Parley's Canyon on I-80 due to lane restrictions, bringing both lanes down to just a couple of miles an hour. The only other major slow spot in the valley right now is eastbound 201 coming into the valley as you come against 7200 west in Magna. Otherwise, I-15 looking great from Provo to downtown. There is an accident on the shoulder at the 1400 north ramp as you pass through Springville, but it doesn't seem to be causing any delays at the moment. It'll take you about 40 minutes from Provo to downtown. Cormac?
No delays on I-15 from Ogden all the way to Salt Lake. You're going to expect the normal construction, though, especially if you get off at Beck Street. That is still down to one lane approaching Victory Road from the off-ramp at I-15 in North Salt Lake. Otherwise, though, you're looking really good through most of Weber and Davis County. Just normal delays. SR 193 a little slow at the south gate into Hill Air Force Base. And Highway 89, some light and scattered congestion from Harrison Boulevard and the mouth of Weber Canyon. I'm Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Let's get a look at this weather forecast of these hot temperatures today. Sunshine in 86. We beat that tomorrow, 92 on Friday. Saturday is the warmest of the next 7, 94 degrees Saturday. And then we have a little bit of a cold front come in on Sunday. Well, it'll be 81. So we'll lose about 10
All cold
plus.
fronts should be so cold.
Yeah, right. Then we're just in the 80s to start off next week. Right now it's 64 degrees.
Join the Greenhouse Show on June 6th from 8 to 2 at the Weber Basin Water Garden Fair, 2837 East, Highway 193, Layton. Enjoy landscape experts, vendors, free food, and prizes.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News
with Andy Farnsworth and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning. KSL News Time, 5:30. KSL's top story this hour.
Utah Congresswoman Celeste Malloy has officially secured the first portion of the $1 billion the president wants to give to help the Great Salt Lake.
But there's still a lot more money that needs to be locked down. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with details. Adam?
Andy, Malloy was able to secure $10 million for the lake, but that's only 1% of the $1 billion the president wants to give in total. Though Representative Malloy recently told the Deseret News she doesn't think that we're going to get all that money in just 1 year. She thinks it's going to take a series of years to get the full $1 billion. And this is also just the first step as it goes through appropriations. The House still needs to pass spending bills like this, appropriations passed for the Great Salt Lake, before they get to the Senate as well. But this $10 million, if it's fully passed, will go towards a new Great Salt Lake watershed recovery program. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
The Bureau of Land Management will continue to collect fees for public land drilling permits because of a bill proposed by a Utah representative. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis joins us live. Brianna?
Amanda, the rule requiring the fee would have expired this year, but the License to Drill Act extends it until 2037. The bill was put forward by Representative Mike Kennedy. He says this will put more funds into the Bureau of Land Management, which means they can train more staff on how to review these applications and maybe even make some improvements to the system. President of the Utah Petroleum Association tells KSL BLM offices in Utah process some of the most drill applications in the country, and the continuation of the funding will allow them to do this in a responsible way, allowing them to conduct environmental reviews and coordinate with local agencies and stakeholders. Live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. More pushback this morning against the man President Trump picked to lead one of the nation's top intelligence agencies.
Growing backlash to President Trump's pick for acting director of national intelligence, Bill Pulte. Pulte will oversee 18 intelligence agencies despite having no experience in the intelligence field. Republican Senator Mitch McConnell, without naming Pulte, suggested he's unfit for the job, saying the role requires extensive national security experience.
ABC's Karen Waugh reporting.
We are learning more about the background of a man who police say held 10 people hostage in a bank in California for 15 hours.
It was apparently this case where he was found to have had sexual relations with a child or children under 14 years old. He had apparently been angry about that case and had gone on social media and on YouTube arguing against it, and that he had problems with the way the prosecutors had talked about him and the allegations that they had made against him. And according to police, this was his way to go in there and try to be heard.
All 10 hostages were rescued yesterday when police entered the building and the suspect was killed.
Consumer sentiment in Utah was down slightly in May after a sharp drop in April. Details from KSL News Radio's Don Brinkerhoff.
According to the Kim C. Gardner Policy Institute, sentiment fell more than 13 points in April, but only 0.2% in May. Institute chief economist Phil Dean says even though it's lower than it had been, he thinks sentiment will level off unless there's another shock to the economy. He says even though there was a drop, the sentiment here in Utah is still higher than in other parts of the country.
Dean thinks the drop is probably related to gas and grocery prices.
Utah couples need to save more than $1 million to retire comfortably. KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla reports.
The 4% rule is a basic retirement guideline where retirees withdraw 4% of their total retirement savings in the first year and then adjust from there. Investopedia says if you take a look at that, consider the average combined Social Security benefit of $37,000 a year, and subtract some annual expenses, Utah couples need to withdraw $41,000 from savings each year. That means they need to save at least $1 million. Utah is costly, but that's only the middle of the scale. Some retirees in the U.S. need more than $1.2 million, like those in California, New York, New Jersey, and Hawaii. The cheapest state to retire is North Dakota. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
I can just imagine what it'll be in 15 to 20 years when I get to retire. First look traffic, and here's Cameron Elliott.
Slow going around the mouth of Parley's Canyon on I-80 headed in either direction due to a paving project causing lane restrictions. Otherwise, it's good speeds on I-15 from Provo to Ogden in either direction. I'm Cameron Elliott in the KSL Traffic Center.
The number of fatal crashes involving elderly drivers is a growing problem here in Utah. KSL News Radio's Britt Johnson has more.
The numbers of older people killed on the roads jumped up 50% last year. Jason Metman with Utah Highway Safety says this is a sign to talk to your aging loved ones about driver safety and enroll them in the Yellow Dot program, which provides a pamphlet to fill out with all of their health and emergency info, along with a windshield sticker so that first responders know to look for that info and they can give the person specific care based on their needs.
You can learn more about the Yellow Dot program on our website, kslnewsradio.com. Metman also says it's important to have those difficult conversations with older loved ones when it appears it's time for someone to give up their keys.
The University of Utah is helping burn survivors recover by having them climb a wall. The Burn Survivor Climbing Clinic brings together recreational therapists and patients, teaching them to climb and encouraging them to overcome obstacles. Eric Bonin is one of the therapists.
We use it a lot for emotional well-being, cognitive well-being, and then there's also a huge social aspect as well.
The group does 4 6-week climbing sessions each year.
Tomorrow marks 50 years since the Teton Dam burst, flooding several towns in eastern Idaho and marking one of the country's worst engineering disasters. This week, those communities are celebrating how the area rallied and worked together to overcome the disaster. Lisa Smith was just a kid when the flood happened.
My mom and my sisters and I, we helped wash clothes for victims. They sent us all these jeans that had been hosed down.
Rexburg City is inviting people to do 50 acts or 50 hours of service as part of the celebration. When the dam gave way, over 80 billion gallons of water was unleashed, ripping up trees, destroying houses, bridges, and wiping out livestock. 11 people were killed.
We've got a little bit of delay already this morning on the 21st South Freeway through the 7200 West area of Magna. We'll get a check of your commute coming up next.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found Tax Relief Advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
KSL News Time, 5:39. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the nines. Brought to you by UCCU. You deserve to love where you bank. Let's go back to the traffic center. Cameron Elliott.
Well, we got some fairly heavy early slowdowns at 7200 West in Magna headed eastbound on the 201. Those are going to start about a half mile or so after the 80th West intersection. Otherwise, we've still got slowdowns in the mouth of Parley's Canyon in both directions due to lane restrictions caused by a paving project. Hopefully those will clear up sometime later in the morning. I-15 looking good, though, with a 45 or so minute commute from Provo to downtown. Cormac?
Same story on I-15 through Weber and Davis counties. No delays from Ogden all the way into Salt Lake on I-15. Really, all your other freeways also looking good right now. No slowdowns on the West Davis or Legacy Highway. And it looks like Legacy, the cones have been moved over, so those lanes are open. Maybe a little bit less congestion to be expected this morning on Legacy. But if you get off at Beck Street, you are going to run into the same construction there, and it is one lane as you approach Victory Road. Otherwise, though, no major delays, normal slowdowns at the Southgate and DeHill Air Force Base on 193. For more than 30 years, Replenish Landscape Garden Products have provided the very finest compost for your flower and vegetable gardens, as well as a variety of outstanding soil blends. Visit replenishcompost.com. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
It's feeling like summertime. We're starting off in the 60s this morning. Lots of sunshine and highs in the mid-80s today. And over the next few days, those highs are going to get into the mid-90s, nice and warm. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
Right now, it's 64 degrees downtown. Coming up, we'll speak with our crime expert, Brad Garrett, about this. It's a case, I think it's from Pennsylvania, where a firefighter is accused of arson. How often does that happen? I think it happens more often than we realize. What's going on there in the psyche of someone who swears to protect the community against fires and then sets them himself? Bizarre. Anyway, we'll talk more with Brad coming up on KSL News Radio.
Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
As we celebrate America 250, KSL presents Utah Cornerstones, honoring the businesses that built our past and continue to shape our future.
Behind every thriving community, there are businesses working hard to make it happen. And behind those businesses, there's the Salt Lake Chamber. Established in 1887, we're Utah's largest and longest-serving business association, and we're just getting started. We advocate for the policies that help Utah businesses thrive at the local, state, and federal levels. We build stronger teams and stronger companies through training, leadership development, and the resources businesses need to grow. And we connect leaders, innovators, and change makers across all 29 counties, creating relationships that move Utah forward. Small business, mid-size or large, there's a place for you here. Strong businesses create stronger communities. Join the Salt Lake Chamber and help shape Utah's future at slchamber.com.
Utah Cornerstones on KSL News Radio.
Common Spirit Health. Hospitals, clinics, and caregivers all connected to advance healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Healthcare with human kindness is here. Hello, human kindness.
If you've saved more than $300,000, there's one thing you can do now that can make your savings go twice as far in retirement. And it's tax planning. That's right. Tax planning could significantly reduce the taxes on your IRA and 401k withdrawals, Social Security benefits, and other investment income. Find out how much money you could save with a free retirement tax savings analysis from the good people at Boss Retirement Solutions. To schedule your free analysis, call 801-896-9622. Tax planning for retirement could reduce your taxes not just for 1 year, but for the rest of your life. And the savings could be 6 figures. Let's find out how much money you could save. Call 801-896-9622. 801-896-9622.
For informational purposes only, actual results may vary. No statement contained herein shall constitute tax, legal, or investment advice. Advisory services offered through Boss Retirement Advisors, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Insurance products and services offered through Boss Retirement Solutions.
911, tell me exactly what happened.
My son and his wife and their 2 children haven't responded.
Susan Powell disappeared on a snowy morning in 2009.
And I said, Josh, where are you? You need to get home.
And her husband will never be held accountable.
Your wife is missing, Josh.
Yeah, but
and you want to think about it for a couple of days?
I'd had this overwhelming feeling that he had done something to her already.
I'm Dave Cawley, host of the podcast Cold.
Then he starts making phone calls to Susan's phone.
Hello, Susan. We are on our way back.
It's the deepest of deep dives into this tragic tale of abuse.
Where was Josh when Susan disappeared?
I don't know. Of one mother's desperate attempt to escape.
This is me, covering all my bases.
Help prevent it from happening again.
Our focus has and continues to be finding Susan.
Listen and learn by following Cold wherever you get your podcasts.
KSL News Time is 5:44. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
a group of U.S. senators heard from a member of the University of Utah's football team as they consider legislation meant to protect college sports as we currently know them. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, Utah Congresswoman Celeste Malloy has officially secured the first portion of the $1 billion the president wants to give to help the Great Salt Lake.
Third, traffic and weather together.
Good speeds on the freeways despite a crash on northbound I-15 in Springville, occupying the right shoulder at the 1400 North entrance ramp. I'm Cameron Elliott in the KSL Traffic Center.
Feeling like summer over the next several days. Highs in the mid-80s today and then 90s in the forecast as we head into the weekend. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
66 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. For the first time since the 1970s, the New World screwworm has been confirmed in the U.S., the parasite found in a calf in Texas.
One major concern is the beef industry, which is already struggling. Beef prices are up 13% in the last year. One factor, fewer cattle. The U.S. cattle herd is at a 75-year low because of extreme weather, high feed costs, and industry consolidation. The screwworm could make matters worse.
ABC's Andrea Fujii. For the first time since the president ordered attacks on Iran, the House has passed a resolution to rein in his war powers. 4 Republicans breaking ranks, joining with all the Democrats in voting yes. Israel and Lebanon agreeing to a ceasefire, but that has not stopped Israel and Hezbollah from launching new attacks in southern Lebanon. The IPO for SpaceX now set for next week. The price of a share will be initially set at $135. This is ABC News.
Let's go in depth now. A firefighter in Pennsylvania admitted to starting fires and then helping extinguish them.
ABC News crime and terrorism analyst Brad Garrett joins us live. How often does this happen, Brad?
Well, as far as firefighters setting fires, the estimates are, Amanda, a little over 100 a year. But, that can be a bit deceptive depending on how many fires that maybe one firefighter has set. There's a case back in the 1990s in Glendale, California, where a firefighter set over 2,000 fires before they caught him. He would set a fire, the fire department would run to that fire, and while they're running to it, he would set other fires. So, it's hard to say. But if you look at deliberate fire setting in the general population, it's like 250,000 a year. The estimates are that destroys about $1 billion worth of property a year.
Brad, what are some of the things? What would cause a firefighter to deliberately set up? Is it so that they could create their own work, or is there more going on?
So, usually with firefighters, it's really sort of psychologically driven. It could be anger and rage on some levels, but 2 things seem to pop out. One is the excitement of setting the fire and not getting caught, because obviously there could be a fairly high risk of getting caught setting the fire. And the second is being the hero and responding to the fire that you've set. Now, who better to put the fire out than the person who set it? He or she would know, what accelerant they used, where it started in a structure, all of those things. So those tend to be the 2 general categories. I will tell you that when you look at studies, of both firefighter arsonist and arsonist in general, they all tend to be really troubled people. Anger, rage, depression, personality disorders of various types. Low impulse control seems to be a consistent thing. But the problem with everything I just mentioned, none of that's against the law. A lot of people, have struggles to get through a given day. And they don't turn to starting fires, or they don't turn to going in and picking up a gun and going and hurting people. Is there a small percentage that set fires and go shoot people? Unfortunately, there is. I'm only suggesting is, how would you get in front of those people? Just like when we talk about school shooters, unless you know about them, their intentions before they actually go do it.
Did I hear you right, Brad? Did you say there were 250,000 fires set deliberately, so arsons in this country every year?
Yeah. $1 billion worth of property damage. That's the estimate.
And those fires, are they set for insurance fraud purposes or just to be destructive?
It's across the board. It's anger, revenge, it's profit. I mean, have there been cases where business owners have set their own businesses on fire? The answer is yes, or had them set on fire to claim the insurance. So yes, there's a lot of motivators that go beyond. But I think when you focus on many folks, like these firefighters we're talking about, and maybe the one in Pennsylvania fits that profile. I don't know yet. That it is really something that's in their head, the excitement, and they also there may be some anger and rage that go and revenge that go along with that. I don't know, but it is a problem. I mean, over 100 firefighters, that's a lot, I think, in a given year.
Yeah. Fascinating. Thank you, Brad. As always, Brad Garrett with us on the In-Depth at 15 and 45.
At 5:49, time for a check of traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Receive 4% cash back on cruises at uccu.com. Here's Cameron Elliott.
We got some solid speeds on the freeways, but we do have some delays on the state roads, like the eastbound 201 coming out of Tooele County at the 7200 West intersection in Magna. Not far from there, northbound Mountain View corridor a little slow at the 3500 South intersection if you're headed north towards the 201. And down in Utah County, we've got some of that early slowing on the intersection of the Corey Ride Highway and the Mountain View corridor. Cormac?
No delays on I-15 from Ogden to Provo, but do expect the construction as you get off at Beck Street. That is down to one lane approaching Victory Road. Otherwise, though, normal delays, especially right now at the mouth of, at all the gates to Hill Air Force Base, SR-193, both directions at the south gate. Northbound Main Street seeing the heaviest congestion at the west gate in Clearfield. And at the gate in Roy, it's southbound 1900 west, approaching 5600 south, where you're going to run into the slowdowns. Clients are saying dental implants are worth it. Stubbs Dental completely changed my life. Stubbs Dental doesn't just fix teeth, they change lives. Visit StubbsDental.com to get started today. That's StubbsDental.com. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Your KSL 7-day forecast showing hot, dry conditions moving on in. For today, mostly sunny, a high of 86. Down into the low 60s tonight. Friday, highs in the low 90s with plenty of sunshine. Saturday, mostly sunny, highs in the mid-90s with windy conditions, increasing fire danger. Sunday, a cold front coming in will bring temps back to the low 80s. Partly cloudy skies, a slight chance for rain. Monday, back to the mid-80s with partly to mostly cloudy skies. By Tuesday, still in the 80s, but potentially cooling down with a disturbance moving our way. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
You ready for the heat, Andy?
Ready or not.
Here it comes. Right now, 66 degrees downtown. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful.
When it's hot like this, air conditioners struggle to keep up. Parts are under more stress, and sometimes those parts fail. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and no one helps more homeowners maintain and repair their air conditioners than Any Hour Services. As a matter of fact, last year, over 32,000 homeowners called Any Hour Services for help maintaining and repairing their systems. Any Hour Services has over 100 HVAC technicians to help with everything from maintenance, repair, to installing a new system. This summer, there'll be a lot of people told they need to replace their air conditioner, and they'll wonder, do I really need to? If you're told you need to replace your air conditioner and you still have questions, Any Hour Services can give you a second opinion and let you know what options are available. Maybe it just needs a little maintenance or a small repair. Maybe it does need to be replaced, but if you don't feel good about being told you need to replace your air conditioner, don't ignore those feelings. Call Any Hour Services for help with air conditioner maintenance, repair, or to schedule a free second opinion. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Is the volatility of the stock market driving you crazy? Is your retirement account sinking, yet you're getting older and you're starting to worry about, will I have enough for retirement? What about the money in the bank? These banks pay nothing these days. How do we get growth to get to retirement account? It's simple. Move into gold and silver. Want to know how to do it? Listen to my show, Striking Gold, with me, Kenny Michaels.
Now on Saturday at 5 p.m.
Jeff Kaplan here. Got to tell you, the paint job looked great, and our friend Sue couldn't say enough good things about CertaPro painters. They were professional, zero drama. They cleaned up. The house looks amazing, and if you need your house painted, you should know that CertaPro makes it a worry-free experience, and they do it at the right price. CertaPro Painters has 70,000 five-star reviews. Local trusted professionals. Get a detailed free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found Tax Relief Advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. How much would you pay to go to an NBA championship game? Tickets to the NBA Finals are reaching record highs. Secondary marketplace TickPick has nosebleed seats for Madison Square Garden listed at $4,000 each. Now, I guarantee you that nosebleeds at San Antonio are not going for $4,000. This is the Knicks in the finals in New York City.
New York, yeah.
I'm not shocked at that.
Wow. Comcast is investing more than $8.05 billion in the UK. It's going to be Universal's first European resort. CNBC reports the company is working to expand the theme park businesses.
Home sellers pulled their listings off the market at record speeds in May. Redfin says 5.8% were removed as mortgage rates increase, gas prices rise, and weak consumer confidence takes over. That rate ties with numbers we saw during the pandemic.
Let's get a look at your money at this moment. Boy, there's a real mix in the markets this morning. The Dow futures are up 336. That's 0.7%. The NASDAQ futures are down 425. That's 1 4/10. The S&P futures down 37. That's about 0.5%. Crude oil is at trading at $93.29 a barrel.
Freeway's looking pretty good this morning, at least as we start off so far. We'll check your commute coming up next.
Join KSL and the Greenhouse Show this Saturday at the Weber Basin Water Conservancy District's 2026 Spring Garden Fair, held at Weber Basin Water's Learning Garden, 2837 East Highway 193 in Layton. There will be activities for the whole family as you see the garden and learn how you can have beautiful low-water landscaping in your yard. See 4 newly added demonstration yards that were just completed this spring. Learn about plants, drip irrigation, and other water-related principles. This Saturday from 8 to 2, free hot dogs, chips, cotton candy, and drinks for the family. There will be landscape experts on hand to answer all your lawn, garden, and landscaping questions. See vendors, education booths, and a bird show happening 4 times during the fair, and prize drawings for participating in garden activities. Visit WeberBasin.gov. That's WeberBasin.gov for more details. The event is free. Join Weber Basin Water Conservancy District's 2026 Spring Garden Fair, 2837 East Highway 193 in Layton.
Everything to my back is dark.
High in the alpine wilderness,
The ridgeline is imposing the escarpments, the drops.
a place where survival,
It's dark now. I have nothing.
is never certain. In 2011, an Australian hiker vanished.
Did he really make a wrong turn, or did he decide that he was done?
You have done this walk too, but this is your backyard.
The mountains have decided to keep him.
Find and follow the podcast series Uinta Triangle, wherever you get your podcasts.
Primary Children's Hospital has given so much to Utah kids and needs your help to keep the healing going strong. Listen to KSL News Radio on Thursday, June 4th, to hear inspiring stories from children and their families as they receive world-class care at this incredible hospital. Donate now by visiting kslkids.com or text the word SMILE to 57500. Be a smile maker. An automatic gift each month helps save the lives of children all year long. Brought to you by J&J Garden Center and the Utah Hyundai dealers. On behalf of all of us at KSL News Radio, we thank you.
KSL News Time, 5:59. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9th. Brought to you by UCCU. Improve cash flow with a home equity line of credit. Here's Cameron Elliott.
Well, we still do have some of those delays on the I-80 at the mouth of Parleys Canyon in either direction, where lane restrictions are taking it down to one lane on both sides. That should hopefully open up later this morning. We do still have those slowdowns in the valley on the Mountain View corridor, headed north towards 3500 South, and the Bangerter Highway between 2700 South and the 201 if you're headed northbound. Those are going to be fairly thick right now. Cormac?
No delays on I-15 through Weber and Davis counties. It's a clean drive from Ogden all the way to Salt Lake. Unless you get off at Beck Street, where you do expect the normal construction there, and it's still one lane just after you get off of I-15 and approach Victory Road. Right now, no major delays there, but do expect it to slow down as the morning commute continues. SR 193, normal delays both directions at the South Gate to Hill Air Force Base, especially eastbound on SR 193, and some slight volume increase on Highway 89 between Harrison Boulevard and the mouth of Weber Canyon. Use Superior Water and Air for all your HVAC and water treatment needs. Call 974-9090 or visit superiorwaterandair.com. Superior Water and Air. We got this. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
It's going to be sunny and hot today, 86 degrees. Hotter tomorrow, 92, 94 on Saturday. And then we come back down a little bit to the low 80s on Sunday. Right now, partly cloudy skies and 66 degrees downtown.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good morning. KSL News Time, 6 o'clock. This is Utah's Morning News. I'm Andy Farnsworth.
And I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story this hour.
A top global economic official says the oil industry around the world is not in good shape right now, and that impacts all of us.
And we're being told gas prices might not just drop for months, even when the war is over. Here's ABC's Elizabeth Schulze.
As this is dragged into 3 months, a lot of the world's stockpile of oil, basically those reserves for a situation like this, are starting to run low. And we are starting to hear increasingly dire warnings from top oil executives from companies like Exxon and Chevron about how, if this continues for another 3-4 weeks, if we go through the month of June without any movement through the strait, we could essentially start depleting the oil inventories across the world.
President Trump told a podcaster the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz might continue until Labor Day if Iran does not agree to a deal.
The U.S. House rebuked President Trump over the war with Iran. ABC News Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has details.
3 months into this war, Congress is sending the president a powerful message. For the first time, the House has voted to block Trump from continuing this war without congressional approval. 4 Republicans joining Democrats to pass this. The move largely symbolic, but it's a striking rebuke of the commander-in-chief.
The resolution now heads to the Senate, where it likely won't advance.
Roy City officials voted to cancel their annual fireworks show, and more cuts to the city celebration could be on the table. KSL News Radio's Reagan Edelman begins our team coverage.
Severe drought conditions, budget shortfalls, and worries about gang-related activity in neighboring cities. All reasons Roy City says the fireworks are out. The decision was made at a city council meeting Tuesday night where council members considered the pros and cons of doing away with the tradition. The biggest points in favor of keeping the show was community engagement, but in the end they decided their budget was already strained and they need to save where they can.
One Roy City council member says the cancellation of the fireworks show isn't a done deal just yet, and we're hearing from people who say this year the celebration should be bigger, not smaller. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis continues our live team coverage. Brianna?
Andy, Councilmember Janelle Hubert says it's not too late to reach out.
I would like to see the fireworks continue. Reach out to us and let us know what their feelings are on it, because I think that will impact the decision a lot.
Roy residents Nicole Gibbs and Chelsea Fife say not having a fireworks seems like a bad idea this year with America 250 celebrations happening all across the country.
We are so proud to be American. We should be celebrating that.
Yeah, it's a big deal. So this year of all years, I think it kind of sucks.
Live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
More than $5 million will go toward helping Utah wildlife. The Utah Species Protection Account has an additional $1.2 million from previous years.
The Species Protection Account actually helps fund our species that oftentimes are overlooked.
Utah Wildlife Action Plan Coordinator Scott Gibson says this includes species that aren't hunted or fished. The money will fund 33 projects to help keep the state's native species healthy.
Time for KSL weather. Kristen Van Dyke.
High pressure is building in, and that is going to mean warmer temperatures as we head into this first weekend of June. Temperatures will be in the mid-80s today, but this weekend, Friday, Saturday, we're getting into the lower and even mid-90s. Winds will increase on Saturday as a cold front approaches for the second half of the weekend, and that is going to mean statewide high fire danger Saturday as those temperatures really climb. We have mid-90s in northern Utah and triple digits down south.
Today's high should be around 86.
First look traffic in the 6 o'clock hour, and here's Cameron Elliott.
Well, right now it's looking like we've got some slowdowns on the highways, especially at the eastbound 201 at the 7200 West intersection in Magna and northbound Bangerter on the approach to the 201. I'm Cameron Elliott in the KSL Traffic Center.
The New York Knicks took Game 1 of the NBA Finals, beating the Spurs in San Antonio 105-95. Here's Mark Kestisher on the call on ESPN Radio.
Tap by Brunson out to the perimeter Bridges. Feeds Brunson. Three. Yes! Right in front of the Spurs bench to give the Knicks the lead.
The game did have to be delayed in the fourth quarter. I don't know if you saw this. When
I saw that video. That was insane.
A fan ran out on the court to try to get a selfie with Victor Wembanyama in the middle of play.
Yeah.
Game 2 tips off Friday night.
Wow.
I mean, that was just a wild. I've never seen anything like that.
Me neither.
I've seen people do stupid things.
And then he was like filming as he was being escorted from that. Really? Really?
Wonder if they confiscated the phone.
I wonder. BYU hosted another World Cup friendly at Southfield last night. South Korea took on El Salvador, and South Korea came away with a 1-0 win. Both teams now will prepare for their opening games in the World Cup, which starts next week.
The Department of Homeland Security is struggling with counter-drone measures leading up to the World Cup. Here's ABC's Karen Hua.
Amid the heightened threat environment, Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullin is revealing concerns about guarding against drones during the upcoming World Cup tournament, telling lawmakers his agency is struggling to keep up.
On the counter-drone measures, everybody's a little behind.
Mullin citing recent incidents at the Masters and at a Formula One race.
Safety officials say drones can cause a variety of problems, from interrupting a match and more serious threats like carrying a bomb.
A group of U.S. senators, including one from Utah, heard testimony from a University of Utah football player about what needs to happen to protect college sports. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with details. Adam?
Amanda, a U.S. Senate committee heard testimony from Utes defensive end Lance Holtzclaw, who spoke about how college athletes not only need to be educated about all the changes in college sports, like name, image, and likeness contracts, but he also says they need to be included when changes are made.
College athletics has provided me with incredible opportunities, relationships, and experiences that have helped me elevate my life in tremendous ways. I believe strongly in preserving these opportunities for future generations.
And on a lighter note, Holtzclaw, who has played for other teams before he came to Utah, was also put on the spot by Utah Senator John Curtis, who asked him who his favorite team was while placing a U of U hat in front of his mic.
I wouldn't call any team my favorite, but I do represent who I currently play for, which is the University of Utah.
You should be in politics.
Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
Are running clubs the new dating app? More Utahns are showing up for weekly group runs, looking for more than just exercise. Founder of Cozy Coffee in South Salt Lake, Genevieve Beganovich, says many who show up are just looking for connection and community.
I wanted a safe space, not just for myself, but a safe space for everyone. They come to have fun, they come to connect and feel safe.
Run clubs have been popping up across the Wasatch Front as people seek alternatives to dating apps, bars, and social media.
Any problems in the commute, Andy?
Haven't seen any huge delays. I mean, there's a little bit of slowing coming out of Parley's Canyon and going into it because of because of road work right by Foothill. We'll get a check of your commute coming up next.
I'm Utah tax attorney Jordan Wilcox. Don't face the IRS alone.
I was self-employed, and I got behind on my taxes. And then 1 year became 2 years and 3 years, and $116,535.47 to be exact. It just became overwhelming. Finally, I went to another tax company, and they were more interested in how good they were than helping me. I heard about Jordan and talking to the other people who'd done and been in the same situations that I was in, and their tax problems seemed just like mine. And so I went to Jordan, and it was amazing. They were able to negotiate it down to $5,200, and life became wonderful to me.
Don't face the IRS alone. You need a tax attorney that's not afraid to fight for you. Visit endtaxworry.com to schedule your free consultation. That's endtaxworry.com.
I will be forever grateful.
America's best warranty from Hyundai includes a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty and 24/7 roadside assistance. Visit your Utah Hyundai dealer for more information.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
I'm Jeff Kaplan. My blood pressure's down. I have lots of energy. I lost 32 pounds on SLC Fat Loss. SLCFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
KSL News Time, 6:09. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the nines. Brought to you by UCCU. You deserve to love where you bank. Here's Cameron Elliott.
Sounds like that crash on northbound I-15 in Springville is gone, and I-15 speeds through Utah and Salt Lake counties are excellent, but we do have some slow spots around West Valley on the state roads, especially in northbound Mountain View corridor ahead of 3500 South intersection. Northbound Bangor Highway on the approach to the 201 and over in Magna on the eastbound 201 as you come to the 7200 West intersection. And frankly, it's an equally bad prognosis for the I-80 on the approach to the Parleys Canyon to the mouth, where lane restrictions are in effect due to a paving project. Cormac?
Roadways in Weber and Davis County looking really good. No delays on I-15 from Ogden all the way into Salt Lake, a regular commute to expect. Just the congestion as you get off at Beck Street due to that construction. It's only one lane as you approach Victory Road. Otherwise, really good. Again, no major delays, just regular slowdowns. SR 193 at the Southgate into Hill Air Force Base. Performance Automotive in Bountiful, endless possibilities with 3 locations. Performance Ford Lincoln, Performance Honda, and Performance Toyota, where excellence is standard. Start your search at performancebountiful.com. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Beautiful day today, lots of sunshine, a little breezy for the afternoon. We start off with temps in the 60s this morning, then a high of 86 later today, and then it gets warmer over the next few days. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
Right now, let's see, it's 66 degrees downtown. Coming up in just a moment, our America 250 trivia. It's your chance to win a family stay at the Beaver Creek Lodge. Ooh, that'll be fun. That's coming up on KSL News Radio.
Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Speaking of travel, one of my bucket list trips that I've wanted to take for years and years is a river cruise on the Rhine River in Europe. I am going to do it next summer, August of 2027, and I want you to join me. Let's do this together. Go have this amazing experience. It's an 8-day enchanting Rhine River cruise aboard the elegant Ama Fiora. We start in Basel, Switzerland. This is how you can find out more, by the way. You just go to morriscolumbus.com/KSL. So we start in Basel, Switzerland. We go through Germany, Strasbourg, France, Ludwigshafen, Germany, Rudesheim, Germany, and Mannheim, and then we end in Amsterdam. And what I love about what Morris Columbus has done is they've reserved 50 cabins on this cruise for our KSL group. And so we'll be able to spend time together and save money. You're going to save big off the brochure price when you book with Morris Columbus. And I tell you, even though it's a year away, the best cabins will go quickly. So if you want to join us, it'd be worth, locking it in and putting your deposit down to make sure that you can get a good cabin. It's morriscolumbus.com/KSL. Take this amazing trip with me and go on the excursions, and all of the food and all of the excursions, even the beer and wine, are included in the price. So you can just, enjoy yourself. And it's a year away, so we have plenty of time to plan. That website again, morriscolumbus.com/KSL, or call 1-800-999-4646.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey Utah, have you heard? Nuclear energy might be coming to our state. Now, before your brain jumps straight into sci-fi movies, let's talk about what nuclear actually does. Nuclear technology helps power our nation's submarines, supports life-saving cancer treatments, and produces reliable electricity for millions of homes. That said, nuclear power also comes with some common misconceptions. Don't worry, we get it. Here's a fun fact. You're exposed to more radiation eating bananas than you are living near a nuclear power plant. And get this, a lifetime supply of nuclear energy fits into a single soda can. Despite what some people believe, nuclear energy is safe, clean, and incredibly efficient. But don't just take my word for it. Energy decisions matter, and Utahns deserve the facts. Learn more about nuclear and what it can mean for you. Visit energy.utah.gov/nuclear.
KSL News Time, 6:15. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
Roy residents say they're shocked to hear there might not be fireworks at this year's Roy Day celebration. I'm KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis.
Second, consumer sentiment in Utah fell for a second month in a row.
Third, traffic and weather together.
Well, it's only getting slower on the eastbound I-80 at the approach to the mouth of the Parleys Canyon as volumes increase and lane restrictions remain. I'm Cameron Elliott in the KSL Traffic Center.
Temperatures are going up. Sunny and warm today with a high of 86 along the Wasatch Front. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
And right now, 66 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The House of Representatives delivering a rare rebuke to President Trump over the war with Iran. ABC's Rachel Scott is at the White House.
4 Republicans joining Democrats to support a war powers resolution requiring the president to withdraw U.S. forces on unless Congress approves military action. While the measure is an uphill battle, it's a sign of the growing fractures within the president's own party over his handling of the war.
President Trump on social media this morning calling the War Powers Resolution a meaningless vote, and the 4 Republicans who crossed the aisle to approve it joining the Democrats grandstanders who are unpatriotic. Overnight, Israel and Lebanon agreed to renew their ceasefire, but Hezbollah attacks continued. TSA agents in Sacramento finding an explosive device in carry-on luggage last weekend. The suspect was wearing a scarf across his face and latex gloves.
According to the TSA, if the explosive device had detonated next to a window on a plane flying above 10,000 feet, it could have caused significant damage and a loss of cabin pressure.
ABC's PR Thomas also found in the man's luggage a knife, scissors, and zip ties. Fear among cattle ranchers as a dreaded parasite makes its way to U.S. herds.
After watching the northern progression of the New World screwworm through Mexico, veterinarians and ranchers have been anticipating its arrival here. On Wednesday, the larvae of the screwworm fly were found in a calf in Zavala County, Texas. Texas.
We're obviously approaching this aggressively from every angle possible.
Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins says the ranch where the discovery was made has been quarantined and a USDA Incident Command team sent to South Texas. Jim Ryan, ABC News in Dallas-Fort Worth.
Game 1 of the NBA Finals belongs to the New York Knicks.
We had a prize fight of a game 1. Back and forth we went. The Knicks land the first haymaker and take game 1. Knicks 105, Spurs 95.
That's the call on ESPN. You're listening to ABC News.
Time for Utah Celebrates America 250 Trivia, brought to you by America First Credit Union. It is your chance to win an America 250 birthday gift.
And this week it is a trip to Bear Lake, and that includes a 2-night stay at the Beaver Creek Lodge for 2, a horseback riding trip in Logan Canyon with lunch, and a $100 gift card to Some Beaches restaurant.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Look forward to it. All right, so log on to ksl.com/win to submit your bonus keyword answer. And today's question is?
How many stars are on the U.S. flag? Super difficult, obviously. Don't text it to us. Go to ksl.com/win. Scroll down to the America 250. Click on that. That's where you make your entry. How many stars on the U.S. flag? Good luck.
Welcome to the Orange Barrel Update. The biggest thing to look out for throughout this week and honestly this summer is going to be this I-80 paving project in Parley's Canyon. Keep an eye on the UDOT website to know exactly where they're going to be working, but there is a possibility that your commute might be brought to a crawl by lane closures. Speaking of lane closures and heavy traffic, southbound Beck Street coming off of I-15, it's been bad this past few weeks, but have no fear that construction is finally coming to an end this week. If you're coming downtown this weekend, expect some delays on SR 189 or University Boulevard. That's going to be due to some stoplight replacements and repairs. And that'll be just about it for this week's Orange Barrel Update. But as always, drive safe, don't text and drive, and keep listening to KSL News Radio at 102.7 or stream it on our app, KSL News Radio. My name is Cameron Elliott. Happy trails, everybody.
KSL News Time now, 6:19. Traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. Receive 4% cash back on cruises at uccu.com. And once again, here's Cameron Elliott.
Well, I kind of teed myself up well for this one because delays on westbound I-80 at the mouth of Parley's Canyon are gone, but the eastbound delays are only getting heavier. We're down to only one lane for a paving project, and it's getting pretty bad now from just about the golf course all the way to the mouth. If you can sneak around to I-215 and merge onto I-80 from there, it may be worth your time to do so. Otherwise, the worst of it, going to be in Tooele County, northbound SR 36, of course, on the approach to I-80, also due to construction. Got great speeds, though, on I-15 with a 45 or so minute commute from Provo to downtown. Cormac?
Calm roadways through Weber and Davis County. A little slow on both directions on Highway 89 just after the mouth of Weber Canyon as you approach South Ogden. Otherwise, though, I-15, no delays from Ogden all the way into Salt Lake, but do expect the regular construction congestion as you get off at Beck Street. It's one lane still as you approach Victory Road. Thirsty for better water? Culligan has you covered. From softeners and filtration to bottled free cooler and bottled water delivery, trusted local experts make water taste amazing. Visit CulliganSLC.com. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Your KSL 7-day forecast showing temperatures are going to be going up for today, highs in the mid-80s. Then it's down into the low 60s for tonight. Going into your Friday, high temperatures get into the mid-90s, and we are going to have to watch for increasing winds Saturday to bring in high fire danger with temperatures in the mid-90s and wind gusts between 35 and 40 miles an hour. By Sunday, though, a cold front comes through, bringing extra clouds, a slight chance for rain, and we'll have those temperatures coming back down to the low 80s. Then it's more sunshine and mid-80s after that. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
And right now, 66 degrees downtown. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. I know something you could do today that would guarantee you have a great day. And that is start off your day by sharing something small with the children and families at Primary Children's Hospital who need our support.
Yeah, today is Give-a-thon on KSL News Radio, and we're excited to be giving you stories about the people who've helped. We'll talk with nurses who work up at the hospital. It's really a great day, and it's something we look forward to every year on KSL News Radio. But this is your chance to help out, and it can be something as small as a $15 recurring donation, and you'd become what's called a smile maker, somebody who makes the kids and their families smile at Primary Children's. And you know what? You smile too when you know that little bit is turning into a big donation over the course of a year.
This is what I did started a few years ago, is I just started doing $15 a month, and I've raised it a little bit when I can. So I think I'm at $25 a month. So it's not a lot each month, but it adds up. And if we all jump in, then we really can help support. I read this morning, Andy, I had forgotten just that Primary Children's Hospital covers something insane like 400,000 square miles. It's some insane number. It's like a tenth of the size of the whole United States.
And we're right here.
Yeah.
Right here. I mean, I think about when they talk about they have to fly kids in from Montana sometimes to get treated here.
Yeah.
And we are just a few minutes away from two different big campuses. We're really fortunate. And this is your chance to help and make sure that this community resource is always there for us, our kids, our grandkids, our neighbors, everybody. And all you got to do is you can go to kslkids.com and you can donate there, or you can text the word SMILE to 57500 when it's safe to do so, and you can click the link there to donate.
And thanks to our wonderful sponsor, the Utah Hyundai dealers.
There's no doubt about it. This is the time of year when we all start focusing on that perfectly grilled steak. Now, some of us are pretty good. Some of us are just okay at doing that ourselves in the backyard. If you're really looking for that perfection in steaks, it's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And now, a lot of graduation parties are going on, special events, birthdays, you name it. It's time for you to make that reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Now, obviously, we talk about steaks and how wonderful they are there, but they have so much more. The seafood, the poultry dishes, the side dishes, the desserts, and it's served to perfection. We have two locations. There's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in Hotel Park City, and also Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple. It's the perfect steak, and it's waiting for you now at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Attention commercial property managers. GoPave Utah offers seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the Wasatch Front. Schedule at gopaveutah.com. The KSL News Radio Movie Show comes to My Hearing Centers Friday from 10 to 1. But first, discover what My Hearing Centers can do for you. My Hearing Centers uses advanced technology to diagnose and treat hearing loss. These comprehensive evaluations determine the best treatment options. Then enjoy lifetime support with regular check-ins, cleaning, and maintenance. Call My Hearing Centers at 801-701-1629. 801-701-1629 for more details. My Hearing Centers has offices from Ogden to St. George.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 motor oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. High gas prices are driving Americans to the dealership for hybrid cars. The Wall Street Journal says hybrid sales jumped 33% in May compared to last year.
Chipotle is inspired by the New York Knicks' run this season, and they're giving away 53,000 burritos for free to celebrate. It's the 53 years, 53 real ingredients campaign, since it's been 53 years since the Knicks were in the finals. The giveaway starts when the championship comes to an end.
Well, it's 53 years since they won in the finals. They've been in the finals twice since then, but they didn't win either one. A big worry for college graduates isn't AI, it's remote work. New research from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York says companies are less likely to hire people right out of college for jobs that can be done remotely. It could be because it's harder to learn from other coworkers when you're at home.
Let's get a look at your money at this moment. Dow futures up 396, S&P down 31, the NASDAQ futures down 390.
Got emergency traffic on eastbound I-80 heading into Parley's Canyon. We'll get a check of that coming up next.
You know, my two favorite words lately are cash back. I want cash back. I mean, everything is so expensive. If I can at least get a little cash back from my UCCU 4321 credit card, that makes me feel better.
That's because cash back also equals free money.
Yes, right.
Yeah, and right now, credit cards often have rewards, but UCCU has the best travel rewards card around. Why? Because it gives you 4% cash back on all of your travel purchases. Now you're thinking, no, I already have deals like that. Well, maybe you do for flights, hotels, and rental cars, and you do have that on the 4321 Visa. But UCCU, Utah Community Credit Union, is giving you 4% cash back now on cruise purchases.
Yeah. So you want to go on a cruise? Get 4% cash back. Plus, you get 3% cash back on gas. Will that take a little bit of the sting out of the gas? 2% cash back on groceries, which will help too with what we're spending, and 1% cash back on every other purchase.
So it doesn't matter if you're trying to get gas, get groceries, whatever. UCCU is going to help you save money, get cash back. And you know what? You can transfer your fee. You can transfer current balances over to this 4321 Visa, and you will pay no balance transfer fees. You don't even have to be a member of UCCU to apply.
So book that next vacation, especially a cruise, and make sure you're getting rewarded for it at Utah Community Credit Union.
UCCU, you deserve to love where you bank.
My name is Tom.
My name is Cindy.
We give to and volunteer with United Way at our community free health clinic.
We know our time and money are going to the right places.
We don't just wear the shirt.
We live it.
Give, advocate, volunteer, Live United. Go to liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
Join the Greenhouse Show on June 6th from 8 to 2 at the Weber Basin Water Garden Fair, 2837 East Highway 193 in Layton. Enjoy landscape experts, vendors, free food, and prizes.
Emergency traffic on KSL News Radio, brought to you by UCCU. Improve cash flow with a home equity line of credit. And let's get an update from Cameron Elliott.
Well, those eastbound I-80 delays are only getting worse as we're now looking at heavy and slow traffic from just about the 17th East flyover all the way to the mouth of Parley's Canyon. Those slowdowns have even made their way to the northbound I-215's east belt on the merge to I-80 into the canyon. Right now, if you're headed from downtown, it'll be about 50 minutes if you're going from Salt Lake City to Park City. At this point, it may just be the same time to take Emigration Canyon and take in those sites. Cormac?
No major delays like that in Weber and Davis County. Still a clean drive on I-15, really from Brigham City all the way into downtown Salt Lake. The only slow spot we're really seeing on your major commute there is southbound Beck Street as you get off of I-15 in that construction zone. It is one lane as you approach Victory Road, and it does wind, so do expect that to get pretty heavy as the morning drive fills in. At UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, we move what matters, you. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
It's going to be sunny and warm today. 86 for a high, 92 tomorrow. We get up to 94 by Saturday. That's the warmest of the next 7. And then we'll hang out in the 80s through the beginning of next week. Right now, fair skies and 66 degrees downtown.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News
with Andy Farnsworth and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio, 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning. KSL News Time is 6:30. KSL's top story this hour.
Utah couples who hope to retire soon better have a good chunk of cash in their savings account.
KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla takes a look at a brand new report.
An analysis from Investopedia says the average couple needs about $1.16 million to retire comfortably. Here in Utah, it's just over $1 million. The analysis takes the average Social Security benefits of about $37,000 a year, as well as the average living expenses of about $78,000 a year, and uses the 4% retirement rule. It's the basic guideline suggesting retirees withdraw 4% of their total retirement savings in the first year of retirement and adjust from there. The $1 million Utahns need is actually in the middle of the scale. It ranges from just $800,000 in places like North Dakota to Hawaii, where retirees will need $1.3 million. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
Consumer sentiment has fallen for a second month in a row here in Utah and across the U.S.
People are still grappling with those higher grocery prices, higher gas prices.
Economist Phil Dean says people see those higher prices every day, and that has a big impact on consumer sentiment.
Gas prices have stayed higher for a while now. It wasn't just a little uptick and then it came back down. Seems like these higher prices are going to be sustained for some time. That's hitting people's wallet books. They're feeling it. and then aligns to how they're feeling about the economy.
The latest report from the Kim C. Gardner Policy Institute shows consumer sentiment fell 0.2% in May after falling more than 13% in April. Don Brinkerhoff, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. President Trump facing criticism from a growing number of Republican lawmakers over the anti-weaponization fund.
Several Senate Republicans now saying they will likely today support legislation to legally ban the president's so-called anti-weaponization fund. It comes even after Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche assured lawmakers this week that fund was dead. But last night, when asked if it was truly defunct, the president said he didn't know, adding, quote, "ask the lawyers."
ABC's Jay O'Brien reporting from Washington.
Utah Congresswoman Celeste Malloy has secured the first portion of money President Trump said he wants to give to the Great Salt Lake. But there's still a lot more left to lock down. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with details. Adam?
Amanda, Malloy was able to secure $10 million for the lake as part of a new spending bill, which was approved by a congressional committee. But that $10 million is only the first 10% of the $1 billion President Trump said he wanted to set aside for the Great Salt Lake. Though Malloy told the Deseret News this is just the first step of the process. She recently said she doesn't think we're going to get that whole $1 billion in 1 year. Rather, she thinks it'll happen over a series of years. Provided this $10 million gets full approval from Congress, it will go towards a new Great Salt Lake watershed recovery program. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
It could be easier for drilling companies to get more drilling contracts for public lands thanks to a bill from a Utah representative. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis joins us live with details. Brianna.
Andy, Representative Mike Kennedy's License to Drill Act will extend a rule into 2037, requiring oil and gas companies to pay a fee when they apply for a new drilling permit on federal land. Kennedy says permitting delays cost jobs and drive up energy prices. The funds go to the Bureau of Land Management so they can retain staff and process more applications. President of Utah Petroleum Association tells KSL the BLM office in Vernal processes the second highest amount of applications in the country. Live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
An organization suing Box Elder County is sending handwritten postcards to every Republican voter in their district, asking them to help stop the proposed Stratos data center. The 6,000 postcards from the Box Elder Accountability Referendum, also called BEAR, call out Senator Stuart Adams, asking people to vote him out of office.
Most of us are just mama bears that are like, no, I don't think so. You're not doing this to our kids, our families, our birds.
Shannon Barton is a member of the group and says she's amazed by the response they've gotten so far. Senator Adams just this week called on Kevin O'Leary to drastically reduce the area where the data center would be built.
First look traffic, it's emergency traffic, and here's Cameron Elliott.
Yeah, that emergency traffic's going to take things on a crawl on eastbound I-80 with lane restrictions coming from Sugar House Park all the way into the mouth of the canyon. I'm Cameron Elliott, into the KSL Traffic Center.
We're learning new details about the end of a 15-hour standoff in California, where a suspect told police he had strapped a bomb to himself and was holding 10 people hostage inside a bank. The standoff came to an end when a specialized team entered the building.
What we didn't know until it was all over was that there was an elite team, the FBI HRT, they're known as the Hostage Response Team, that was inbound on a plane from Quantico, Virginia. They got on scene in the middle of the night. They assumed control, and within 3 hours, they had gone in. They killed the 41-year-old man, Anthony Searles Harris, and got the hostages out of there, the 8 that remained.
ABC's Alex Stone reports the suspect had apparently been angry about a court case against him, and police say this was his way of trying to be heard.
The number of fatal crashes involving senior citizen drivers here in Utah shot up 50% in 2025. Jason Metman with Utah Highway Safety Office says many of those crashes also involved motorcycles.
We had a huge spike last year because of motorcycle, and we want them to make sure they're safe. So.
He says it's a good idea to talk about driver safety with your aging family members. He also says they've created a yellow dot program that compiles emergency health and contact information and provides a sticker to put on the windshield. This helps first responders know specific health info will be in the vehicle and they can better help the person.
This week marks the 50th anniversary since the Teton Dam burst in East Idaho, and the city of Rexburg is choosing to remember not just the tragedy, but how people pulled together to support each other. Lee Munns was 19 at the time and saw hundreds of volunteers show up to help clean up the mess.
They had so many organizations, and they'd drop a busload of
people off, and they'd have shovels and rakes or whatever, and just did whatever you needed done.
The dam breaking is considered one of the greatest engineering disasters in the U.S. It sent a 30-foot wave downstream, wiping out towns, killing 11 people, and leaving hundreds without homes.
Well, only one lane open on eastbound I-80 as you go into Parley's Canyon. That's now affecting both I-80 and I-215 heading north towards the canyon. We'll get a check of emergency traffic coming up next.
Utah homeowners enter to win a new AC from Vyrock Heating and Cooling. Visit VyrockAir.com. All applicants receive a free AC evaluation. Vyrock Heating and Cooling. VAIRockair.com.
Here with Miranda Bernard from Huntsman Mental Health. Miranda, with May being Mental Health Awareness Month, what is Huntsman Mental Health Foundation doing to celebrate?
Well, we have a number of programs and initiatives that are in place to celebrate Mental Health Awareness Month. People can find out about those at hmhf.org. They can visit us there, learn about the corporate partners who are supporting us, some fun activities and events that we have coming up too.
That's great. And Miranda, why is fundraising so critical to mental health work?
Yeah, fundraising plays a really important part for people to get access to care when they need it. We know that 97% of Americans believe our country is in a mental health crisis, and yet just 2% of philanthropic dollars go to support it. So we're hoping to change that and making sure that nobody has to deal with their mental health challenges alone.
For people that want to support such an important cause, how can they get involved?
People can visit our website at hmhf.org. They can find ways to donate, ways to get involved in some of our community events and other initiatives that we have happening.
For someone that's going through a hard time or that may be struggling or knows someone that's struggling, where can they go to get mental health support?
Well, someone can always call 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. It's available 24/7. It is staffed by professionals from Huntsman Mental Health Institute. We are also really fortunate to have here in our community the Kem and Carolyn Gardner Crisis Care Center in South Salt Lake. I like to think of that as almost like an urgent care or an emergency room for mental health issues. Anyone can walk in any time of the day, no appointment needed. That's available for anyone regardless of their ability to pay. And also there is a youth crisis care program at Huntsman Mental Health Institute's main campus in Research Park.
Miranda Bernard from Huntsman Mental Health, thanks so much for giving us all this great info. If you'd like to learn more, log on to hmhf.org. That's hmhf.org.
Emergency traffic at 6:39, brought to you by UCCU. You deserve to love where you bank. Here's Cameron Elliott.
Well, those paving project delays are now reaching from the east side of Sugar House Park on eastbound I-80 all the way into the mouth of Parley's Canyon. If you're on I-215 to try to sneak around it, you're going to have no such luck, as we've got delays there stretching from just about Skyline High School, where you pass that, to the mouth of the canyon. Turning our focus to the west, delays are also building fast on eastbound 201 between 8400 West and 7200 West in Magna. Cormac?
No delays on I-15 from Brigham City all the way into Salt Lake. Still a good drive through Weber and Davis counties on the freeways. But if you get off at Beck Street, that one lane actually really filling up due to that construction approaching Victory Road. And we're looking at a live shot, and it's just very slow as you go through that construction zone. Otherwise, it's regular delays at the Southgate into Hill Air Force Base, eastbound, especially on SR 193, seeing some pretty heavy delays. Serving your financial needs today to help you build a better tomorrow. At Cyprus Credit Union, your future is our future. Visit cypruscu.com today. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
It's going to be a beautiful day today, feeling like summertime. We'll start off with temperatures in the 60s in the morning, then highs in the mid to upper 80s this afternoon. Plenty of sunshine and a little breezy later today. Then tonight is back down into the upper 50s and low 60s with even warmer weather on the way over the next few days. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
Right now, it's 66 degrees downtown. Coming up in a moment, how we can all help to give our children the healthiest life possible. More on that just ahead on KSL News Radio.
Streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station. Time for Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, brought to you by Any Hour Services, Electrical, Plumbing, Heating, and Air, anyhourservices.com.
Remember the president's trip to China? A big deal was made about a Chinese military band playing the president's favorite song, YMCA. And he did his dancing thing a little bit with his hands, but almost unnoticed. The Wall Street Journal says there was another song played over and over during the trip. Trump didn't seem to notice, but strange. China absolutely loves the sound of music. And the signature song from that movie that stirs the souls of Chinese patriots is the song Edelweiss. Apparently, we never noticed, but this song's been played over and over again whenever American leaders visit China, going back as far as the 1970s. When he was vice president, Walter Mondale joked that on his trip, he heard two Chinese classics, Jingle Bells and Do Re Mi.
A deer, a female deer.
So, in a country where American movies have been banned for generations, how did The Sound of Music slip through and become a song that's even taught to Chinese children in school? Why do they play Edelweiss at weddings? Well, it's wholesome, and the song Edelweiss is about love of country. But the country the song is about is Austria. Once, this song was played during a presidential visit there, and the Austrians were deeply offended. It's not their song. To them, it's just some ballad from an American movie. To them, it's just Hollywood trying to make some dough.
Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, only on KSL News Radio.
When it's hot like this, air conditioners struggle to keep up. Parts are under more stress, and sometimes those parts fail. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and no one helps more homeowners maintain and repair their air conditioners than Any Hour Services. As a matter of fact, last year, over 32,000 homeowners called Any Hour Services for help maintaining and repairing their systems. Any Hour Services has over 100 HVAC technicians to help with everything from maintenance, repair, to installing a new system. This summer, there'll be a lot of people told they need to replace their air conditioner, and they'll wonder, do I really need to? If you're told you need to replace your air conditioner and you still have questions, Any Hour Services can give you a second opinion and let you know what options are available. Maybe it just needs a little maintenance or a small repair. Maybe it does need to be replaced, but if you don't feel good about being told you need to replace your air conditioner, don't ignore those feelings. Call Any Hour Services for help with air conditioner maintenance, repair, or to schedule a free second opinion. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
America's best warranty from Hyundai includes a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty and 24/7 roadside assistance. Visit your Utah Hyundai dealer for more information.
KSL News Time, 6:44. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
an analysis from Investopedia says the average Utah couple needs over $1 million saved just to retire comfortably. I'm KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla.
Second, the number of fatal crashes involving senior citizen drivers here in Utah shot up 50% in 2025.
Third, traffic and weather together.
Eastbound I-80 is a mess on the approach to Parley's Canyon. It's going to be a crawl right now from just after the 1300 East ramp all the way to the mouth of the canyon due to a paving project. I'm Cameron Elliott in the KSL Traffic Center.
Feeling like summer over the next several days, highs in the mid-80s today and then 90s in the forecast as we head into the weekend. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
66 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The president this morning calling 4 Republicans who voted in favor of a war powers resolution in the House grandstanders. Those 4 votes, along with all the Democrats, enough to pass the resolution for the first time since the war with Iran began. Some worries among ranchers after a parasite that hasn't been seen in the U.S. since the 1970s was confirmed in a calf in South Texas. The New World screwworm devastated the Texas cattle industry 50 years ago, but Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins says
this pest does not cause any sort of a food safety issue. It is not a disease, but simply an insect that feeds on living tissues. Animals treated early enough will recover and are safe to enter the food supply system.
The ranch where it was found is under quarantine. There are concerns it could push up beef prices. And the New York Knicks go to San Antonio and come back to beat the Spurs in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Game 2 is tomorrow night in San Antonio. This is ABC News.
Well, today is the KSL Give-a-thon. We'll be raising money for Primary Children's Hospital from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. today.
John Paulding is the Children's Health Executive Director of Philanthropy for Intermountain Foundation, and he joins us now live. Good morning, John.
Good morning.
I want our listeners to understand when we ask them to share some of their money with all of the families that benefit from Primary Children's, where does that money go?
The money that we raise through the KSL Give-A-Thon today will go to the area of greatest need in the hospital, and typically that is in large part towards care for families that cannot afford to pay for their care. Intermountain writes off about $50 million a year in unreimbursed services at the 3 children's hospitals here in Utah.
John, I was surprised to find out that pediatric physicians earn significantly less than physicians for adults, which has created a workforce shortage. So do the donations that people make, does this have any effect on that?
Yes, it does. Some of these funds are used to help us bolster those salaries to recruit doctors to Utah and to Primary Children's Hospital. The medical field is going more and more towards specialties, and children's health is not reimbursed at the same rate as adult services, especially specialties. So we do use those funds to help recruit and to help bolster salaries, because we are very proud to have some of the very, very best clinicians in the world.
I know some hospitals have seen their pediatric units close in recent years. Does Primary Children's, do you pick up the slack when you see that happening at other hospitals?
Yes, we do. We serve children from 9 areas. Well, actually, we serve children from every state in the country, but primarily we serve children from 9 states surrounding Utah. If you come up to the hospital on any given day, you'll see Life Flight coming in very regularly, and so we do pick up the slack. And lots of rural areas of the country are closing children's units because they cannot pay for those, and so we, through our charity dollars, are able to serve children from all over that need that help.
John, I know some people probably think, oh, it's nice to have Primary Children's there if your child gets hurt or if your child gets sick. But do you guys do anything that's like proactive to, try to minimize the amount of people that would need to come in for emergency care?
Yes, we do. We do a lot. That is a big area. It's early childhood impact work, and it's work where we do a lot of education in the community. We hand out free bike helmets. We hand out free gun locks. We do education in the schools about ATV safety. The number one cause of fatality in children is accidents, and so we see that as a preventative service that we can provide. And because we're a nonprofit organization, we can distribute dollars from philanthropy to areas that other hospitals would not have the funds to do. And so we see ourselves as a fantastic community partner in trying to alleviate suffering and get ahead of disease, get ahead of accidents before they happen.
I think some of the innovations that you're using at Primary Children's are so exciting too. Like I was reading about rapid genome sequencing. That's just fascinating.
It is. The technology is growing so fast, and it allows us to really get ahead of things and diagnose problems earlier. A very quick story, we had a child that was coming in having constant seizures, and we spent up to $1.5 million trying to treat that child, and we were on the verge of doing a very invasive surgery, this is years ago, to separate the lobes of the brain. And through rapid genome sequencing, we were able to sequence that gene and determine that child had a deficiency in vitamin B, which was causing all of the seizures. We started giving that child vitamin B, and they've never been back to the hospital since. And so not only is their life infinitely better, but we have saved enormous money that can be redistributed to other patients that need it.
Just fascinating.
We're talking with John Paulding, the Children's Health Executive Director of Philanthropy for Intermountain Foundation. Again, Give-A-Thon begins in about an hour at 8 o'clock here, but you don't have to wait until then. You can donate now by going to kslkids.com or texting the word SMILE to 57500. That's the in-depth at 15 and 45. Time for a check of traffic. It's emergency traffic still, brought to you by UCCU. Receive 4% cash back on cruises at uccu.com. Still I-80, Cameron?
It's still I-80. Paving project delays are now reaching from the east side of Sugar House Park on eastbound I-80 all the way into the mouth of Parleys Canyon. On I-215, delays are nearly just as bad headed northbound from Skyline High School on the East Belt all the way to the mouth of Parleys. We also have some pretty significant delays on the surface streets like the eastbound 201 between 8400 West and 7200 West in Magna, and over on the Mountain View corridor northbound from 4100 South to 35th South. Cormac?
Southbound I-15, just a couple of slow spots now approaching 400 North in Bountiful and near the Warm Springs Road area coming into Salt Lake. But if you get off at Beck Street, that's where your delays are heavier due to that construction. It is one lane as you approach Victory Road. Otherwise, though, looking pretty good on I-15 from Brigham City all the way down towards Centerville. We don't have any delays on the West Davis Highway either, or now that the lanes are open up on Legacy Highway, you can get through there easily as well. Nuclear energy might be coming to our state. Learn more about nuclear energy and what it can mean for you. Visit energyutah.gov/nuclear for more information. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Your KSL 7-day forecast showing hot, dry conditions moving on in. For today, mostly sunny, a high of 86. Down into the low 60s tonight. Friday, highs in the low 90s with plenty of sunshine. Saturday, mostly sunny, highs in the mid-90s with windy conditions, increasing fire danger. Sunday, a cold front coming in will bring temps back to the low 80s. Partly cloudy skies, a slight chance for rain. Monday, back to the mid-80s with partly to mostly cloudy skies. By Tuesday, still in the 80s, but potentially cooling down with a disturbance moving our way. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
And right now, sunny and 64 degrees. And the 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful.
Amanda, when you own a home, things go wrong. Unfortunately, we'd like to think that once constructed, it'll stay that way the whole time. But unfortunately, it isn't how it goes. Over time and use, things build up, like your AC breaks down after use. Your water heater eventually goes on the fritz. And you face that significant cost because let's be faced, it's not cheap. You can't just run to Lowe's and pay $50 or something. You need to have professionals who can make sure that it's installed safely, and do it at a price that's reasonable, and help you when it does get costly, because sometimes it does.
Right. I've been working with Superior Water and Air for like 25 years, and because I don't know anything about plumbing, I don't know anything about HVAC or water heaters or any of that. So I needed to find a company I could trust. And I have to tell you, they are the most wonderful people to work with. They almost feel like family to me now, because how many times have I called them and said, help, the air conditioner isn't working and it's 100 degrees, or help, there's flooding in the basement, and they respond so wonderfully. And now they've helped me take care of these expensive pieces of equipment so that they will last longer.
And you know what? They won't make you do repairs that you don't need.
Yeah.
They had a chance to do that to me. I left my son home alone with the credit card because I was at work, and they came to fix a faucet that I couldn't fix, and they said, well, you know what? This isn't fixable. We can put in a new faucet for you, but if you know how to do it yourself, you can take care of it. And I said, okay, I do know how to do that.
Yeah.
And that saved me a bunch of money. And they could have just said, just do it. Okay, thanks.
Isn't that the kind of
company?
company?
I love that. I can trust somebody that does that.
Yeah, I love that too. So if you have any issue, and if you're a homeowner, you're going to, if you don't right now, remember the name Superior Water and Air.
You can call and make an appointment at 801-974-9090, or you can go online and make one at superiorwaterandair.com.
For hearts that love. For hearts that care. For hearts that comfort. For hearts that heal. We care for them all. At Common Spirit Health, we know that each patient is unique. That's why our cardiology team is committed to caring for every kind of heart. Find heart care near you at mountain.commonspirit.org.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Amazon's working to expand in Europe, and one way they're doing it is through robots. Reuters reports the company is using AI-powered robots for warehouses. These bots can respond to conversational prompts. It's part of the company's $11.6 billion investment in the EU.
It's been 25 years since the 9/11 terror attacks, and the 9/11 Memorial and Museum does not want people to forget. It's launched a $75 million fundraising campaign to educate the millions of U.S. youth who don't remember 9/11. Former New York City Mayor Mike Bloomberg is pledging to match the next $25 million in donations.
I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream, and Utah businesses are listening. Cloud Ninth Creamery is opening for the season. That's in the 9th and 9th neighborhood. Vegan ice cream maker Monkey Wrench has opened a second location in Sugar House. Salt and Straw is planning to open 2 locations, and Brooker's Founding Flavors is open for business in Fort Union. When I was in Brazil, they couldn't believe we would eat ice cream in the winter.
The Dow futures right now up 470. S&P futures down 24. The Nasdaq futures down 331.
Emergency traffic heading into Parley's Canyon because of lane restrictions. We'll get an update next.
1 in 5 Utah kids face hunger. And the summer months make things even more challenging because families can no longer rely on school meals to help them get by. These days, the situation is more dramatic than ever. That's why Utah Food Bank is again holding its annual Summer Business Food and Fund Drive, encouraging organizations of all sizes to gather food for donations for families. Beginning in early June and running through the end of August, the Summer Business Food and Fund Drive is your chance to make a difference for families seeking emergency food requests to help stretch their budgets. Rally your coworkers, friends, or a community group of any size to make a collection. Every dollar earned turns into more than $7 in the form of goods and services to help those in need. What are you waiting for? Organize your Summer Business Food and Fund Drive today. To find out more or to get ideas for your own DIY fundraiser, visit utahfoodbank.org.
If you've saved more than $300,000, there's one thing you can do now that can make your savings go twice as far in retirement, and it's tax planning. That's right. Tax planning could significantly reduce the taxes on your IRA and 401k withdrawals, Social Security benefits, and other investment income. Find out how much money you could save with a free retirement tax savings analysis from the good people at Boss Retirement Solutions. To schedule your free analysis, call 801-896-9622. Tax planning for retirement could reduce your taxes not just for 1 year, but for the rest of your life. And the savings could be 6 figures. Let's find out how much money you could save. Call 801-896-9622. 801-896-9622.
For informational purposes only, actual results may vary. No statement contained herein shall constitute tax, legal, or investment advice. Advisory services offered through Boss Retirement Advisors, an SEC registered investment advisor. Insurance products and services offered through Boss Retirement Solutions.
Looking for the perfect summer getaway? Enter now for your chance to win an unforgettable escape to Bear Lake. One lucky winner will enjoy a 2-night stay for 2 at Beaver Creek Lodge, a scenic horseback riding adventure through Logan Canyon with lunch included, plus a $100 gift card to Some Beaches restaurant. Don't miss your chance to relax, explore, and make summer memories. Sponsored by Bear Lake Tourism. Enter now at ksl.com/win.
Emergency traffic brought to you by UCCU. Improve cash flow with a home equity line of credit. Here's Cameron Elliott.
Well, it's still a bumper-to-bumper crawl on eastbound I-80 from the 1300 East entrance ramp, and those are going to reach all the way to the mouth of Parley's Canyon. If you're on I-215's east belt headed northbound, it won't be much better as delays are now stretching from the ramp at the 39th South to the mouth of the canyon. On I-15, we've got some of those typical slow spots on northbound through the south interchange. A little bit of slowing ahead of the I-80 interchange, but nothing all that bad. Right now, it's going to be nearly an hour to get from downtown to Park City. Cormac?
Southbound I-15 delays have eased up through Bountiful and Woods Cross, but it is still just a little slow around Warm Springs Road and just after the north interchange. And if you get off at Beck Street, do expect some pretty heavy delays as you approach Victory Road due to that construction. It is just one lane getting into Salt Lake there. Otherwise, though, really good drive through Weber and Davis County. Just regular delays to expect. Highway 89 seeing normal congestion at Harrison Boulevard and just near the mouth of Weber Canyon. Give Dad the biggest hugs ever this Father's Day with a Minky Couture blanket. Save 50% with promo code KSL50 in stores and at minkycouture.com. The best blanket ever. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Sunny and warm today, 86 for a high, 92 tomorrow. We'll get up to 94 by Saturday, and then we're back in the 80s to start next week. Right now, sunny and 64 degrees downtown.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 7 o'clock on Utah's Morning News. I'm Andy Farnsworth.
And I'm Amanda Dixon. KSL's top story on the 7 o'clock report.
This summer, Royce City leaders are looking at getting rid of their fireworks show for a variety of reasons.
It's been a contentious topic in town. KSL News Radio's Reagan Edelman begins our live team coverage.
It was a hot-button item at Roy's City Council meeting this week, but budget concerns ultimately pointed council members to cutting the show.
These are traditions that I've enjoyed for a long, long time, but
the low-hanging fruit is gone, and now I think we're getting at some of the painful spots.
The city says their budget is already strained and fireworks are expensive. On top of the cost of materials, the city says more money also has to go to law enforcement that night, and there are concerns of attracting gang activity from neighboring cities. That, on top of drought conditions, led to the decision to cut back, but the budget is still strained, and the city says they may still have to cut even more Roy Days activities in the future. Reagan Edelman, KSL News Radio.
We're hearing from people in Roy not happy about the city council looking at cutting the fireworks. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis continues our live team coverage. Brianna?
Andy, at the Roy Farmers Market, over a dozen people spoke with KSL, and only one said they'd be fine without the fireworks. The rest, like Kelsey Dunlap and Chrisla Osler, say they aren't too happy.
Honestly, I'm super disappointed about that. It's actually kind of sad. I'm very sad to hear that.
Some point out this is the country's 250th birthday, and we should be having bigger celebrations this year. The City Council says the decision is not yet final. Live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. President Trump says gas prices will plummet as soon as the war with Iran is over. But experts are warning that may not be the case. Here is ABC's Elizabeth Schulze, who covers economics.
Now you've got President Trump saying we might not see the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz end until Labor Day. You have oil executives warning that means that oil is not going to get even close to the levels that it was moving before the war. And as that continues, that's where this pain could really start to enter kind of a next level, where you could see gas prices tick up again. You could see oil prices go even higher.
Companies like Exxon and Chevron are now warning that if the war continues for another 3 or 4 weeks, it could essentially start depleting the oil inventories across the world.
President Trump is also dealing with a vote in the House to limit his war power. Here's ABC's Karen Hua.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill delivering a rebuke to the president. 4 Republicans siding with Democrats as the House voted to direct President Trump to either withdraw forces or get approval from Congress to continue the war. It's a largely symbolic vote with little chance of passing the Senate. The White House brushing it off, saying President Trump will continue to protect our national security using his constitutional authority as commander-in-chief.
President Trump says the peace talks are still moving forward, but there is no timeline of when a deal could be reached.
Just into the KSL newsroom, Hezbollah leaders have rejected the latest ceasefire agreement reached between Israel and the Lebanese government. Hezbollah is also demanding a complete Israeli withdrawal. The ongoing fighting in Lebanon, where Israeli forces have seized large sections of land in the southern part of the country, has become a roadblock in the efforts to end the war in Iran and reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
More than $5 million has been approved for wildlife project in Utah. KSL News Radio's Isabella Sosa has more.
The Utah Species Protection Account will fund 33 projects to help wildlife, both endangered and not endangered. Utah Wildlife Action Plan Coordinator Scott Gibson says the key is to be proactive.
We have a lot of great wildlife diversity here in the state, and a lot of those species are not listed on the Endangered Species Act, and we would like to keep them that way.
Some projects will be removing invasive carp from Utah Lake to protect the June sucker, researching Wilson's phalarope, which has been petitioned to be listed on the Endangered Species Act, and others. Isabella Sosa, KSL News Radio.
Time for KSL weather with Kristen Van Dyke, who says we're in the mid-80s today, then into the 90s on Saturday and Sunday, and the heat is also going to be accompanied with some wind.
Even along the Wasatch Front, we could see those gusts up near 30, 35 miles an hour, and that's going to extend into southwest Wyoming. So Saturday, hot, much hotter than it's been, and these winds picking up. Fire danger is going to be really high, so something to keep in mind.
Today's high should be around 86.
First look traffic on the 7 o'clock report. It's been emergency traffic for a bit. Here's Cameron Elliott.
Eastbound I-80 is stop and go from the 1300 East ramp to the mouth of the canyon, and I-215 is slow from the 39th South ramp also to the mouth of Parley's. I'm Cameron Elliott in the KSL Traffic Center.
The weak winter and now dry summer have fire officials implementing restrictions across the state. That includes the South Bench neighborhoods of Spanish Fork. The fire department says there are no open fires of any kind allowed. That includes bans on charcoal cooking, fireworks, tracer ammunition, or sky lanterns. There is also no cutting, welding, or grinding metals in dry vegetation or operating motorcycles, ATVs, or UTVs with small combustion engines without a working spark arrestor.
A member of the University of Utah's football team was part of a hearing in Washington, D.C. on the importance of protecting college sports as we currently know it. And he was put on the spot by one of Utah's senators. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with details. Adam?
And a U.S. Senate committee, which includes Utah Senator John Curtis, questioned a conference president, an athletic director, a former coach, and others as they consider regulating name, image, and likeness contracts. Utah Utes defensive end Lance Holtzclaw testified as well about the importance of protecting the student-athlete as a whole.
I've experienced the impact of NIL, the transfer portal, conference realignment, evolving eligibility rules, and the many changes shaping modern college athletics.
Though Holtzclaw, who has played at other schools before coming to Utah, had his loyalty tested when Senator Curtis asked him who his favorite team was as he placed a U of U hat in front of his mic. Holtzclaw responded he didn't have a favorite but represents the U. Curtis responded, "You should be in politics," to which Texas Senator Ted Cruz added,
"Senator Curtis, you better be worried that he may file for election."
Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
An Ivins woman thought a mechanic was going to fix her car, but instead, he sold it.
The woman got the car for $7,000 at auction and took it to a local mechanic identified as Alvaro Hernandez Cruz. Police documents say she gave him $1,000 and planned to pay him $2,000 more after it was done. But while waiting to hear back from him, she was scrolling Facebook Marketplace and saw her car for sale. She asked Cruz what was going on, and he told her it got towed after he left it on the street. So she reached out to the person who expressed interest in buying it in the comments. He told her Cruz sold it to him for $350. The buyer did cooperate with her and police, saying he had no idea it was stolen. Cruz was booked into the Purgatory Correctional Facility on multiple charges. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
We're hearing about a concerning incident at a TSA checkpoint at a California airport. Authorities say they arrested a man who tried to get through security with an explosive device in his carry-on.
According to the TSA, if the explosive device had detonated next to a window on a plane flying above 10,000 feet, it could have caused significant damage and a loss of cabin pressure.
ABC's Pierre Thomas says this happened at the Sacramento International Airport on Saturday. The TSA says the suspect was wearing a scarf covering his face and latex gloves on his hands when he was going through security.
The cost of whey has gone through the roof.
The food industry has responded to the current whey protein obsession by putting the stuff in everything from Starbucks lattes to Pop-Tarts. While it's generally considered safe,
as a healthcare professional, we are always going to suggest people get their protein from whole foods instead.
For example, says ABC medical contributor Dr. Alok Patel,
lean meats, dairy products, beans.
Meanwhile, the price for whey protein concentrate has nearly doubled in 2 years. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
KSL News Time, 7:09. Traffic and weather together, and it's emergency traffic brought to you by UCCU. You deserve to love where you bank. Let's go back to the traffic center and Cameron Elliott.
Delays on eastbound I-80 are probably just about reaching their worst now as we dip into rush hour. They're going to start at 1300 east at that entrance ramp, and those are going to remain very dense until the mouth of Parley's Canyon. I-215 delays still holding up on the east belt, headed north towards the canyon. I think it may be worth considering Emigration Canyon or even Guardsman's Pass up Big Cottonwood if you need to get to Summit County, and you need to do so a little bit quicker. Cormac?
The only slow spot we have on southbound I-15 from Brigham City all the way into downtown is at the north interchange, just a little slow there as you pass Beck Street's exit. And if you get off at Beck Street, you can expect pretty normal delays, a little heavier though as you get off into that construction zone where it is one lane, so it's pretty slow as you approach Victory Road. But after you pass Victory Road, it really clears up. Otherwise, regular delays. SR 193 volumes are increasing, but scattered and light in both directions from the West Davis Highway all the way over to I-15. Where will summer take you? With UTA's rider's license, kids ages 6 to 18 ride all summer for just $49. Get yours today on the Transit app or rideuta.com. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Your KSL hourly forecast, 6 a.m., sunny skies, 61 degrees. By 9 a.m., lots of sunshine, 72 degrees. At noon, sunny and 80. And then this afternoon, a high of 86 with lots of sunshine and a light breeze. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
Right now, 64 degrees downtown. So how much will SpaceX shares sell for when they go on sale to the public next week? More on that just ahead on KSL News Radio.
KSL. The New York Knicks strike first in the NBA Finals, beating the Spurs in San Antonio in Game 1.
Brunson holding up high against Vassell. Now cuts to the left, free throw line. Hops back, digs in, shot up, and good! Brunson, big bucket, 37 seconds to go.
That's Mark Kestisher on the call on ESPN Radio. Play had to be paused in the fourth quarter when a person ran onto the court and attempted to take a selfie with Victor Wembanyama.
During play.
Yeah. I've never seen somebody do it during
Me
play. I've seen it on
neither.
football games where they run somewhere across
Yeah.
the field. But that game 2 taking place Friday night in San Antonio.
BYU hosted another World Cup friendly at South Field last night. South Korea took on El Salvador, and South Korea came away with a 1-0 win. Both teams now will prepare for their opening games in the World Cup, which starts next week.
The Department of Homeland Security is struggling with counter-drone measures leading up to the World Cup. Here's ABC's Karen Hua.
Amid the heightened threat environment, Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullin is revealing concerns about guarding against drones during the upcoming World Cup tournament, telling lawmakers his agency is struggling to keep up.
On the counter-drone measures, everybody's a little behind.
Mullin citing recent incidents at the Masters and at a Formula One race.
Safety officials say drones can cause a variety of problems, from interrupting a match to more serious threats like carrying a bomb.
Are run clubs becoming the new dating app? Some Utahns say they're finding friendship, community, and even romance while logging a few miles.
If you've noticed more run clubs popping up across Utah, you're not imagining it. At Cozy Coffee in South Salt Lake, founder Jenef Bogdanovich says the response to his weekly run club has been wild.
First run club had 250 people. Within our first month of run club, 1,400 new people, a community that people just want to get together and just connect.
He says many participants come alone, but leave with new friendships and connections as run clubs become an alternative to bars, dating apps, and scrolling from home. From Salt Lake City, Eric Cabrera, KSL News Radio.
Move over Walmart. ABC's Sherry Preston reports there's a new company atop the Fortune 500.
For 13 years, Walmart has claimed the #1 spot on the Fortune 500 list. But now, for the first time since 2013, there's a new company up there. And it should surprise no one that it's Amazon. The Fortune 500 ranks companies based on revenue, and in 2025, Amazon's revenue grew by 12%, thanks in part to its growing web services, cloud computing, and advertising businesses. The venerable Walmart is still king when it comes to retail, but those other platforms help propel Amazon to the top spot on the Fortune 500 list. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
I wonder if you raise your hand if you have not ordered from Amazon or someone in your house in the last week. I'd be interested to see how many people would raise their hand.
Trending this hour on the 7 o'clock report, a rare albino buffalo named after President Trump for his distinctive blonde tuft is drawing crowds at a Bangladesh zoo. The animal was actually saved from being the centerpiece of a sacrificial ritual. Local officials saved the buffalo over security concerns after it gained popularity on social media. The animal had already been sold, but the authorities refunded the buyer and sent the buffalo to the National Zoo, where it is now the main attraction.
Friends actress Jennifer Aniston and Lisa Kudrow reunited. Kudrow says she has finally watched the show in its entirety.
I have watched it now.
Okay.
And I completely
Did
forgot.
you love it?
Loved it with all my heart.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't go to bed till really late because one just goes right into the next, to the next, to the next. And I'd end up sitting there for 3 hours.
Right.
And then it's like 2 a.m. I was like, I need to go to bed. This is bad. But, it made me so happy to watch it. And, man, you're all good.
Join the club. Phoebe, we've done that. Jennifer Aniston says the chemistry of the actors and the writers is what made the show what it was.
That really is true.
I've been watching it with my youngest daughter.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's been
that's
fun. KSL News Time, 7:14. The 3 things you need to know this hour. First,
Roy residents say they're shocked to hear there might not be fireworks at this year's Roy Day celebration. I'm KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis.
Second, an organization suing Box Elder County is sending out handwritten postcards to every Republican voter in the district, asking them to help stop the proposed data center.
Third, traffic and weather together.
Eastbound I-80 is still bumper to bumper from just about Fairmont Park to the mouth of the canyon due to a paving project bringing things down to 1 lane. I'm Cameron Elliott in the KSL Traffic Center.
Temperatures are going up. Sunny and warm today with a high of 86 along the Wasatch Front. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
Sunny and 64 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The leader of the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah has rejected the latest ceasefire agreement reached between Israel and Lebanon. Hezbollah demanding a complete Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon, saying anything less would mean surrender. That coming as the ceasefire between the U.S. and Israel remains on shaky ground. Here's ABC's Rachel Scott.
Privately, the president has been fighting to keep the negotiations alive, even admitting he had a tense phone call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over Israel's massive incursion into Lebanon. Overnight, Israel and Lebanon agreeing to renew their ceasefire as part of U.S.-led negotiations. But in a sign of how difficult that ceasefire could be, attacks continued overnight.
Unpatriotic grandstanders. That's what President Trump has labeled 4 Republicans who crossed party lines to vote with the Democrats in passing a war powers resolution that requires the president to withdraw U.S. forces in Iran unless Congress approves. The move is largely symbolic. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins says even though it's been found in a calf in South Texas, the dreaded New World screwworm is not a threat to the nation's food supply. ABC's Andrea Fujii.
The news comes just days after Secretary Rollins dismissed a local lawmaker's warning that screwworm was detected in Mexico, just a mile from the U.S. border. The parasitic flies were eradicated from the U.S. back in the 1960s. A human case was confirmed in an international traveler last year. That person recovered.
The main fear is even higher beef prices. SpaceX now detailing plans for next week's IPO.
When SpaceX goes public this month, it says it plans to raise $75 billion. That would be the largest ever stock market debut and would put Elon Musk in line to become the world's first trillionaire.
ABC's Alex Stone. After 13 years, Amazon has kicked Walmart off the top spot on the Fortune 500, due mostly to Amazon's web services businesses. This is ABC News.
Hey, I'm John Smith from 103.5 The Arrow, and it is time for Music in a Minute or So. Will the Rolling Stones ever tour again? Mick Jagger says yes. In fact, he says it's only a matter of time before the band is on the road again. But the bad news is you cannot expect it to be anytime this year. Mick and drummer Ronnie Wood told a BBC podcast that it would likely be sometime after 2027. Sabrina Carpenter has been granted a restraining order against a guy she says repeatedly showed up at her Los Angeles home and even tried to force his way inside. Wasn't me this time, I swear. 31-year-old William Applegate claimed he knows the singer and that she was expecting him. The handcuffs that the LAPD put on him disagree. Finally, Pretenders frontwoman Chrissie Hynde has had it with concertgoers filming things on their phones. In a message posted to social media that I literally cannot repeat any part of without getting myself in trouble, Hynde criticized fans who spend concerts recording videos instead of watching the performance, calling it a weird compulsion. Which, if you've ever been stuck behind somebody holding a phone over their head for an entire show, she may just have become your new favorite rock star. That is Music in a Minute, or so. I'm John Smith reporting.
You've been to a Rolling Stones concert in person.
Oh, my gosh. That's got to be 25, 30 years ago now. It was up at Rice Eccles Stadium.
Oh.
Yeah. What was his name that opened for them that was so awesome, too? It was Seal. Seal opened. Yeah, the Stones were awesome. He's in his 80s now.
It's got to be... Like, he doesn't need the money. Their catalog has got him rich already.
They feel alive.
And I was going to say, it must just be something about that energy you derive from being in front of the crowd and taking it. Like, it's got to be like a drug. It has to be.
I remember Mick Jagger running from the stage, had like arms that extended all the way over to both sides, and he would run from one arm clear across the stage. And I thought, how is he not exhausted? He must have some kind of metabolism.
Yeah, and maybe some help. Who knows? Our thanks to John Smith for that Music in a Minute. KSL News Time 7:19. We've had emergency traffic all morning trying to get into Parley's Canyon. It's brought to you by UCCU. Receive 4% cash back on cruises at uccu.com. What's the update, Cameron Elliott?
Well, I-80 delays are still continuing to grow. We're now seeing them from nearly 7th East all the way to the mouth of the canyon. I-215's East Belt, not much better. Those are going to be just before 39th South, and those are also going all the way up to the canyon. Surprisingly, I-15 from Provo to downtown is actually entirely delay-free at the moment, with no major accidents on the road either. Cormac?
Southbound I-15 just a little slow in the normal spots, approaching the north interchange and coming down past Warm Springs Road, but otherwise a good drive from Brigham City all the way down toward Woods Cross. And if you get off at Beck Street, those delays still pretty heavy and slow due to that construction, and it is just one lane as you approach Victory Road. Once you pass Victory Road, though, you are in the clear as you come into Salt Lake. And then just normal delays to expect. SR 193, regular scattered delays in both directions from I-15 to the gates at Hill Air Force Base. And Highway 89 a little congested at Harrison Boulevard. Homeowners, Gillette Services is putting $1,000 in your pocket with a rebate on new installations, and you pay nothing until 2027. Call 385-GET-HEAT for your free estimate. Comfort now, pay later. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Your KSL 7-day forecast showing temperatures are going to be going up for today, highs in the mid-80s. Then it's down into the low 60s for tonight. Going into your Friday, high temperatures get into the mid-90s, and we are going to have to watch for increasing winds Saturday to bring in high fire danger with temperatures in the mid-90s and wind gusts between 35 and 40 miles an hour. By Sunday, though, a cold front comes through, bringing extra clouds, a slight chance for rain, and we'll have those temperatures coming back down to the low 80s. Then it's more sunshine and mid-80s after that. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
And right now, 64 degrees downtown. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful.
This is Derek Miller speaking on business. The Utah Department of Transportation is recognized as a national leader, not just for its roads or innovation, but for how its people come together as one team to serve Utah. Communications Director Elizabeth McMillan joins us with more.
Transportation is about freedom. That's why UDOT has a bold vision to give people choices to go where they want, when they want, in the way they want, safely. You know us for orange barrels and road construction, but you should know, we're about more than highways. We're building a complete system that includes trails, buses, trains, and even new technologies for transportation in the sky. We know that how we do things matters. Our mission is to enhance quality of life through transportation, and our efforts are guided by a framework to deliver better mobility, good health, connected communities, and a strong economy. The 1,800 employees of UDOT not only serve the people of Utah, we are Utahns. Yes, we plan, build, maintain, and operate the roads, but more important than that, we drive them right along with you. Learn more at connect.udot.utah.gov.
Every day, UDOT's work helps Utah move forward. From supporting growing communities to improving the way people travel across the state, their efforts create a stronger, more connected Utah for families, businesses, and future generations alike. I'm Derek Miller with the Salt Lake Chamber, speaking on business.
Summer has a way of bringing life's biggest moments back around. The first date, the wedding day, the promise that started it all. Duke's Jewelers knows jewelry is more than a gift. It's a reminder of the people and memories that matter most. This anniversary season, celebrate your story with something meaningful. From timeless diamond bands to custom pieces designed just for them, the Duke's Jewelers team is here to help you find a gift they'll treasure for years to come. And while you're celebrating the love stories in your life, don't forget Dad this Father's Day. With distinctive watches, bands, and gifts he'll actually wear and enjoy. For nearly 80 years, families have trusted Duke's Jewelers for life's most meaningful moments. Visit dukesjewelers.com or on Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers, celebrating your story, generation after generation. dukesjewelers.com.
Watching Utah's Money brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Comcast is investing more than $8.05 billion in the UK. It's going to be Universal's first European resort. CNBC reports the company is working to expand the theme park business.
How much would you pay to go to an NBA championship game? Tickets to the finals are reaching record highs. Secondary ticket marketplace TickPick has nosebleed seats for Madison Square Garden listed at $4,000 each.
When the Jazz made the finals the first time in '97, my brother went and scalped a ticket day of Game 3, paid $100.
Oh, wow.
For the first ever NBA Finals game in Utah, and he got in front. I didn't think he was going to be able to, and I was like, I should have gone
I
$100.
got to go to one of those games. Never forget it, long as I live.
Man. Home sellers pulled their listings off the market at record speeds in May. Redfin says 5.8% were removed as mortgage rates increase, gas prices rise, and weak consumer confidence takes over. That rate ties with numbers we saw during the pandemic.
Let's get a look at your money at this moment and see where the futures markets are. We're just about 5 minutes away from the opening bell and about a half hour away from the beginning of the Give-a-thon, so stay with us for that. The Dow futures are up 490. That's 1 full percent. S&P futures down 21. That's about 0.3%. NASDAQ futures down 324. That is 1 full percent. Crude oil this morning trading at $92.78 a barrel.
Well, they warned us that this road work going into Parley's Canyon was going to be a headache, and boy, is it this morning. Emergency traffic on I-80 and I-215 near the mouth of Parley's. We'll check that next.
Yeah, we just had that story about home sellers. Every market's going to have challenges. Sometimes the challenge is the interest rate, or sometimes the challenge is the economy in general, or there's something else that there's always going to be a challenge. That's why when you want to move, the people you talk to are the Stern team. If you have the right team, it doesn't matter what else is happening. They can help make sure that your house is the one that gets sold.
Yeah, we're talking about people who pulled their listings off the market. Well, they may have that luxury, but what about people who have to get the sale, whether they're moving, whether they have a new job, whether someone's passed away and they've got to do that? It doesn't matter what the market conditions are.
Right.
The house has to go, and that's where the Stern team can help you get the best price possible.
They helped out. My husband and I listed our home a year ago this month, and we were nervous because, there were always reports about how the market was struggling. And so when we got our first offer, like 2 weeks after they listed the house, I thought, we better take this. And this wonderful woman from the Stern team said, no, hold your horses. You don't have to take, that's a low ball offer. Hang in there. And sure enough, we got 2 more offers and took the third one, and it was great.
Even if you run into problems during the process, I read about Eric from the Stern team helping get an issue with a roofing company resolved during the process of a sale of a house. Think about if you had to try to figure that all out on your own.
Oh, yeah. They helped us with things that I didn't expect. They helped us, not only know what things we needed to fix in our house, but hooked us up with people who did the various work so that they gave us great recommendations.
And that's what you can do on the Omada Real Estate app. In fact, Omada Real Estate won gold for best real estate broker. You can download the app from the App Store. You can also connect with the Stern team online at sternteam.com.
My name is Dale Pazinski. I volunteer with United Way to help the homeless in my community learn computer skills and build a basic resume. I don't just wear the shirt, I live it.
Give, advocate, volunteer, Live United. Go to liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
Join me tomorrow. I am going to be shopping and saving money at NPS. I'll be there at the Salt Lake store from 3 to 5. NPS at 1600 Empire Road. Go to npsstore.com.
Time for another check of emergency traffic brought to you by UCCU. Improve cash flow with a home equity line of credit. Give us the dirty deets, Cameron.
Well, I-80 delays are holding firm bumper to bumper all the way from Fairmont Park to the mouth of the canyon due to that paving project blocking a lane as you head to Parley's. On I-215, it's not much better. The east belt is heavy and slow from just about a half mile past the 45th South ramp, also to the mouth of the canyon. I-15, though, looking pretty good as we got some slowing, of course, at the point of the mountain at the south interchange, but nothing all that bad. Cormac?
Southbound I-15, volumes increasing just a little bit. Delays start just before the north interchange and reach down towards 600 North. We're also seeing a little delay on southbound Legacy Highway, and that's in Bountiful. But the lanes have opened up through there, which has made the morning commute a little bit better this morning from Davis County all the way into Salt Lake. But if you get off at Beck Street, that's the heaviest delay right now, and it starts right as you get off at Beck Street from I-15 and reaches all the way to Victory Road due to that construction. That's only one lane right now. The Ute Stampede Rodeo in Extreme Bulls is back. Save the date, July 8th through the 11th. Tickets are going fast. Don't miss out. UteStampedeRodeo.com. UteStampedeRodeo.com. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Today, sunshine and 86 for a high. We'll get up to 92 tomorrow. Saturday, 94 degrees. Then we're a little cooler on Sunday, 81, and we're in the upper 80s to start off next week. So a lot of sunshine. Only a slight chance of rain right now in the 7 days. And that looks like Sunday morning, but we'll keep updating the forecast. Right now we have sunshine and 64 degrees downtown.
You're listening to Utah's Morning News
with Andy Farnsworth and Amanda Dixon
on KSL News Radio 102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good morning. KSL News Time, 7:30. KSL's top story this hour.
Utah Congresswoman Celeste Malloy has officially secured the first portion of the $1 billion the president wants to give to help the Great Salt Lake.
But there's still a lot more money that needs to be locked down. KSL News Radio's Adam Small is live with details. Adam?
Andy, Malloy was able to secure $10 million for the lake as part of a new spending bill, which was just approved by a Congressional Appropriations Committee. But that $10 million is only the first 1% of the $1 billion President Trump said he wanted to set aside for the Great Salt Lake. Though Malloy told the Deseret News this is just the first step of the process. And she recently said she doesn't think we're going to get that whole $1 billion in just 1 year. Rather, she thinks it'll happen over a series of years. Provided this $10 million gets full approval from Congress, it's set to go towards a new Great Salt Lake watershed recovery program. Live, Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
A Utah congressman is looking to make it easier to drill for gas and oil on public lands. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis joins us live. Brianna?
Amanda, a rule requiring a fee would have expired this year, but the License to Drill Act extends it until 2037. The bill was put forward by Representative Mike Kennedy. He says this will put more funds into the Bureau of Land Management, which means they can train more staff on how to review applications and maybe even make some improvements to the system. President of the Utah Petroleum Association tells KSL BLM offices in Utah process some of the most drill applications in the country, and the continuation of the funding will allow them to do this in a responsible way, and they can conduct environmental reviews and coordinate with local agencies and stakeholders. Live, Brianna Willis, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories this hour. More pushback this morning against the man President Trump picked to lead one of the nation's top intelligence agencies.
Growing backlash to President Trump's pick for acting director of national intelligence, Bill Pulte. Pulte will oversee 18 intelligence agencies despite having no experience in the intelligence field. Republican Senator Mitch McConnell, without naming Pulte, suggested he's unfit for the job, saying the role requires extensive national security experience.
ABC's Karen Hua reporting.
We are learning more about the background of a man who police say held 10 people hostage in a bank in California for 15 hours.
It was apparently this case where he was found to have had sexual relations with a child or children under 14 years old. He had apparently been angry about that case and had gone on social media and on YouTube arguing against it, and that he had problems with the way the prosecutors had talked about him and the allegations that they had made against him. And according to police, this was his way to go in there and try to be heard.
All 10 hostages were rescued yesterday when police entered the building and the suspect was killed.
Consumer sentiment in Utah was down slightly in May after a sharp drop in April. Details from KSL News Radio's Don Brinkerhoff.
According to the Kim C. Gardner Policy Institute, sentiment fell more than 13 points in April, but only 0.2% in May. Institute chief economist Phil Dean says even though it's lower than it had been, he thinks sentiment will level off unless there's another shock to the economy. He says even though there was a drop, the sentiment here in Utah is still higher than in other parts of the country.
Dean thinks the drop is probably related to gas and grocery prices.
Utah couples need more than $1 million saved just to retire comfortably. KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla reports.
The 4% rule is a basic retirement guideline where retirees withdraw 4% of their total retirement savings in the first year and then adjust from there. Investopedia says if you take a look at that, consider the average combined Social Security benefit of $37,000 a year, and subtract some annual expenses, Utah couples need to withdraw $41,000 from savings each year. That means they need to save at least $1 million. Utah is costly, but that's only the middle of the scale. Some retirees in the U.S. need more than $1.2 million, like those in California, New York, New Jersey, and Hawaii. The cheapest state to retire is North Dakota. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
First look traffic. It's been emergency traffic for a while. Here's Cameron Elliott.
I-80 delays still continuing to grow. They're now going from 700 East exit all the way to the mouth of the canyon, I-15, with only some minor delays from Provo to downtown. I'm Cameron Elliott in the KSL Traffic Center.
The number of fatal crashes involving elderly drivers is a growing problem here in Utah. KSL News Radio's Britt Johnson has more.
The numbers of older people killed on the roads jumped up 50% last year. Jason Metman with Utah Highway Safety says this is a sign to talk to your aging loved ones about driver safety and enroll them in the Yellow Dot program, which provides a pamphlet to fill out with all of their health and emergency info, along with a windshield sticker, so that first responders know to look for that info and they can give the person specific care based on their needs.
You can learn more about the Yellow Dot program on our website, kslnewsradio.com. Mettman also says it's important to have those difficult conversations with older loved ones when it appears it's time for someone to give up their keys.
The University of Utah is helping burn survivors recover by having them climb a wall. The Burn Survivor Climbing Clinic brings together recreational therapists and patients, teaching them to climb and encouraging them to overcome obstacles. Eric Bonin is one of the therapists.
We use it a lot for emotional well-being, cognitive well-being, and then there's also a huge social aspect as well.
The group does 4 6-week climbing sessions each year.
Tomorrow marks 50 years since the Teton Dam burst, flooding several towns in eastern Idaho and marking one of the country's worst engineering disasters. This week, those communities are celebrating how the area rallied and worked together to overcome the disaster. Lisa Smith was just a kid when the flood happened.
My mom and my sisters and I, we helped wash clothes for victims. They sent us all these jeans that had been hosed down.
Rexburg City is inviting people to do 50 acts or 50 hours of service as part of the celebration. When the dam gave way, over 80 billion gallons of water was unleashed, ripping up trees, destroying houses, bridges, and wiping out livestock. 11 people were killed.
Emergency traffic, I-80 only one lane in Parleys. It's affecting I-80 215 at the mouth of the canyon, and Beck Street down to one lane again today. That's not helping things coming out of Davis County. We'll check your commute next.
What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included, no strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account taxes and fees extra after 12 months. Regular rates apply to mobile. Select Xfinity. Internet required speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. $50 a month for 5 years. No commitments. Go to Xfinity.com.
Since 1947, Whipple Service Champions has been Utah's most trusted name for heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Got a high-priced repair bill from another company and you're just not sure about it? Call Whipple. Get a free, no-pressure estimate or bring us their quote for an honest second opinion. Totally free. Whipple Service Champions, Utah's first place for second opinions since 1947. Call 385-273-7167 for your free estimate today. 385-273-7167.
The Children's Center Utah provides a unique service in our communities by meeting the needs of very young children and their caregivers. Here's a Little Minds, Big Hope message from Dr. Kyle Smith, the Children's Center Utah's child and adolescent psychiatrist.
Did you know picky eating isn't always about food? It can be a child's way of responding to stress, anxiety, or change. For young children, emotions show up in everyday routines like meals. Find out more at childrencenterutah.org.
At 7:39, it's emergency traffic brought to you by UCCU. You deserve to love where you bank. Let's get an update from Cameron Elliott.
It's going to be extremely slow going as delays have continued to grow on eastbound I-80. Those are going to start now at the 7th East entrance ramp, and those are going to reach all the way to the mouth of the canyon. On I-215, it's just going to be just as slow from the on the east belt. Delays are now going from just before the 45th south ramp, also to the mouth of the canyon. I-15 delays, looks like we've got some around the point of the mountains, some around, it looks like 114th south in Draper, and a little bit of a stretch around the south interchange into Murray, but nothing all that bad. Cormac?
Got some more southbound delays in Davis County on Legacy Highway first, a little slow right after the West Davis Highway merge and down into Bountiful. But southbound I-15 getting pretty heavy now from 500 south in Bountiful, reaching all the way down to 600 north in Salt Lake. Lake. And getting off at Beck Street isn't going to help you. It's still one lane in that construction, so it's stop and go right after you get off of I-15 and reaching all the way up to Victory Road. If you pass Victory Road, though, you are in the clear into Salt Lake. Help Utah kids facing hunger this summer. Join the Summer Business Food and Fun Drive today at utahfoodbank.org. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
It's feeling like summertime. We're starting off in the 60s this morning. Lots of sunshine and highs in the mid-80s today. And over the next few days, those highs are going to get into the mid-90s, nice and warm. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
And right now it's 64 degrees downtown. Coming up in just a moment, what are some of the biggest health issues facing our kids today? We'll find out next on KSL News Radio.
Streaming live at kslnewsradio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station. Time for Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, brought to you by Any Hour Services, electrical, plumbing, heating, and air, anyhourservices.com.
It's a playbook that's been used over and over again ever since they invented the first computer. Young tech leaders spin yarns and tell tales saying their technology is going to change the world. And sometimes it does. The first PC, the internet, now AI. You have Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Elon, now Sam Altman at ChatGPT. They hype their product, their stock soars, they get rich. But never mention their products can also change the world for the worse. And when that happens, they change their clothes. I'm serious. They hire a PR team to buff up their image, and the first suggestion is to change their look. The Facebook guy, Mark Zuckerberg, tossed his hoodies and put on a suit. And before he appeared before Congress, his PR team was blow-drying his armpits with a handheld thing, so the world wouldn't see him sweat.
We didn't take a broad enough view of our responsibility, and that was a big mistake.
When he said that, his armpits were toasty. And now we learn Bill Gates, the Microsoft founder, now discredited for his association with a certain dead pedophile, Bill Gates tried to change the narrative, I kid you not, by dressing like Mr. Rogers. The New York Post reports his PR team dressed up a mannequin over and over again to find the perfect look that said calm and approachable. And they landed on a neutral V-neck sweater over a white-collar T-shirt. His hair, do a side-by-side. It's styled exactly the same as the beloved children's host. And we're apparently suckers because his approval rating rose. Netflix even did a documentary about his philanthropy, but then came his ugly divorce and the revelations. In the words of Mr. Rogers, can you say Epstein? Sure, I knew you could. So I asked Bill Gates, even with his calm, approachable outfits, would you want him living in your neighborhood?
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood.
Jeff Kaplan's Minute of News, only on KSL News Radio.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Sweden is the leading European tech innovator by many measures, but it is also giving up screens in schools. Yes, going back to books. Whether or not this is a good idea is not for me to say, but it's clear that every time we embrace a new technology, we let go of something. Research says that current technology creates less social confidence, more anxiety about work, and a blurring of work and family values. Yes, we're more productive, but we sleep less and have higher stress. In my world, the cell phone has all but killed dinner conversation. Texting has killed voice conversation. AI brings targeted information fast, so I don't need to call my friends for advice or information. We can't put the genie of technology back into the bottle, but we can learn to manage it better. Learn more about the human side of enterprise with an MBA from Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
America's best warranty from Hyundai includes a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty and 24/7 roadside assistance. Visit your Utah Hyundai dealer for more information.
KSL News Time, 7:43. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
a group of U.S. senators heard from a member of the University of Utah's football team as they consider legislation meant to protect college sports as we currently know them. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, Utah Congresswoman Celeste Malloy has officially secured the first portion of the $1 billion the president wants to give to help the Great Salt Lake.
Third, traffic and weather together.
I-80 delays still growing now from 7th East to the mouth of the canyon eastbound, and a crash in Mills Junction has heavy delays on northbound SR 36 at Pole Canyon Road. I'm Cameron Elliott in the KSL Traffic Center.
Feeling like summer over the next several days, highs in the mid-80s today, and then 90s in the forecast as we head into the weekend. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
And right now, 64 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios.
KSL's top national stories.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Hezbollah has rejected the latest ceasefire agreement reached between Israel and Lebanon, saying anything less than Israel leaving Lebanon for good would be considered a surrender. The deal would ban Hezbollah from a series of security zones in southern Lebanon. The House of Representatives telling the president he needs congressional approval to proceed with the war against Iran.
Lawmakers on Capitol Hill delivering a rebuke to the president. 4 Republicans siding with Democrats as the House voted to direct President Trump to either withdraw forces or get approval from Congress to continue the war. It's a largely symbolic vote with little chance of passing in the Senate. The White House brushing it off, saying President Trump will continue to protect our national security using his constitutional authority as commander-in-chief.
ABC's Karen Hua. Fears of higher beef prices as a parasitic fly known as the New World screwworm is detected in a U.S. calf for the first time in 50 years. This is ABC News.
Today is the KSL Give-a-thon. We'll be raising money for Primary Children's Hospital from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. today.
Tyler Leishman, Vice President of Children's Health at Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital, joins us live. Good morning, Tyler.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Will you help us understand what some of the biggest health issues are facing our kids right now and what you're doing to tackle them at primaries?
Yeah. Thank you and good morning. And we couldn't be happier to be a part of the Give-a-thon with you this morning and throughout the day. When we talk about the future of health of our community, we often think about our hospitals and the medical innovations that happen on the acute care side. But increasingly, our responsibility lies outside the 4 walls of our hospitals just as much as it does inside in helping children develop safely through early and safe childhood experiences. Increasingly, we're learning more about adverse childhood experiences such as chronic stress and instability and lack of safety that can really disrupt brain development and increase physical and mental health challenges across a lifetime and negatively impact health well into adulthood. And so our focus has been really in investing and increasing that investment in primary care and wrapping our arms around the community where our patients live and helping children start to develop safely throughout their life and hopefully avoid crisis stabilization efforts both on the physical and the mental health side here at the hospital.
Tyler, what about some of the cutting-edge medicine that you guys are doing that kind of has given you a reputation that goes just beyond the borders of Utah?
Yeah, really proud to say that for the second consecutive year, Primary Children's Hospital ranked in the U.S. News and World Report in all 11 pediatric specialties that it evaluates, and for the first time ever ranked in the top 25 in the nation in 6 of those specialties. Highlighting some of those advancements is our transplant and our heart failure program. 2025 was a record year. We performed 18 heart transplants, which was the 3rd most of any children's hospital in the entire country. We performed 21 liver transplants and 12 kidneys. We're the only pediatric transplant program in the entire Intermountain West and one of the busiest transplant programs in the country. And interestingly, a big part of that is the community that we live in. We have a really unique dynamic here in Utah with a very robust living donor program where nearly 50% of our liver transplants come from living donors, which is really incredible.
That's astounding. Wow. So for someone listening to us right now, what can you tell them about the impact that their donation will have on children's health in our community?
Parents come to Primary Children's with really one goal, and that's to do what's best for their child. And whether their child needs routine care or faces a life-altering diagnosis, they're seeking more than just excellent pediatric care. Our parents come to us looking for trust and reassurance and partnership for their journey, and our caregivers here provide that partnership every day, and it's humbling to be around them, and we simply couldn't do what we do without programs like the Give-a-thon and the support of our incredibly generous community. We provided care for over 500,000 children last year, unique patients. More than 18,000 of those were acute care admissions here at the hospital, but over 500,000 children across the Intermountain West, regardless of where they're from or their ability to pay. And we can do that in large part because of the generosity of this community and everyone coming together.
Tyler, I bet there's some people who are thinking, I can only donate $15 or $25 right now. Does even that make a difference?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Any amount goes a long way in helping us provide the level of care that our children and our families need. And you know, that level of generosity, any amount that people are able to give really goes to the core of what we do. You know, the very core of what we do is the patient, and it's caring for our most vulnerable, and that's the child first and always, and any amount helps us do that.
Well, Tyler, thank you for the great care you've given my children over the years and so many of our children. We appreciate you. And this gets underway in about 10 minutes. Tyler Leishman, Vice President of Children's Health at Intermountain Primary Children's Hospital. But you don't have to wait 10 minutes. You can go online right now to kslkids.com and make a contribution.
Still got emergency traffic affecting lots of you out there. We'll get a check now, brought to you by UCCU. Receive 4% cash back on cruises at uccu.com. And what's the latest, Cameron Elliott?
Well, the prognosis is bad. Right now, delays on I-80 are going to be stretching from just after the State Street exit all the way to the mouth of Parley's Canyon if you're headed eastbound. I-215's East Belt is going to be slow just about a half mile past Knutson's Corner all the way up also to the mouth of the canyon. Over in Tooele County, a crash on northbound SR 36 near the Pole Canyon Road intersection is causing delays clear back to the Bates Canyon Road. Cormac?
Southbound I-15 seeing some pretty scattered delays, and that's from the West Davis Highway merge all the way down to 600 North in Salt Lake. And getting off at Beck Street doesn't really give you any bit of advantage. It's stop-and-go traffic due to that construction. That is one lane as you approach Victory Road. We also have a little delay on southbound Legacy Highway as you come to I-215's West Belt, that is, sorry. But otherwise, roadways looking really good through Weber and Davis County. Replenish Landscape Garden products provide the highest quality compost and soil blends for your lawns and gardens. Start your season right with Replenish. Visit replenishcompost.com. Replenish, it's good stuff. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Your KSL 7-day forecast showing hot, dry conditions moving on in. For today, mostly sunny, a high of 86. Down into the low 60s tonight. Friday, highs in the low 90s with plenty of sunshine. Saturday, mostly sunny, highs in the mid-90s with windy conditions, increasing fire danger. Sunday, a cold front coming in will bring temps back to the low 80s. Partly cloudy skies, a slight chance for rain. Monday, back to the mid-80s with partly to mostly cloudy skies. By Tuesday, still in the 80s, but potentially cooling down with a disturbance moving our way. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
By now, 64 degrees downtown. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful.
If you've saved more than $300,000, there's one thing you can do now that can make your savings go twice as far in retirement, and it's tax planning. That's right. Tax planning could significantly reduce the taxes on your IRA and 401k withdrawals, Social Security benefits, and other investment income. Find out how much money you could save with a free retirement tax savings analysis from the good people at Boss Retirement Solutions. To schedule your free analysis, call 801-896-9622. Tax planning for retirement could reduce your taxes not just for 1 year, but for the rest of your life. And the savings could be six figures. Let's find out how much money you could save. Call 801-896-9622. 801-896-9622.
For informational purposes only, actual results may vary. No statement contained herein shall constitute tax, legal, or investment advice. Advisory services offered through Boss Retirement Advisors, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Insurance products and services offered through Boss Retirement Solutions.
Getting help with plumbing repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250 say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Watching Utah's Money, brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. High gas prices are driving Americans to the dealership for hybrid cars. The Wall Street Journal says hybrid sales jumped 33% in May compared to last year.
Well, that makes sense, doesn't it?
It feels like every time we get the high prices, we see that same spike.
Chipotle is inspired by the New York Knicks run this season, are giving away 53,000 burritos for free to celebrate. It's the 53 years, 53 real ingredients campaign, since it's been 53 years since the Knicks won the playoffs. The giveaway starts when the championship comes to an end.
A big worry for college graduates isn't AI, it's remote work. New research from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York says companies are less likely to hire people right out of college for jobs that can be done remote. It could be because it's harder to learn from other coworkers from home.
Let's get a look at your money at this moment. In the first half hour of trading, the markets are mixed. The Dow is up. The Dow is up 720 points. That's 1 4/10%. We're at 51,407. But the S&P is down 11, and the Nasdaq is down 245.
Whether you want to go into parlays or not, both North 215 East and eastbound 80 are seeing massive backups this morning because of road work in the canyon. We'll check your emergency traffic next.
Ever drive through the neighborhood and your spouse points out the window and says, "How come our lawn doesn't look like that one?" You know the house. The one with the thick, deep green lawn that makes the rest of the neighborhood look like an afterthought. That's no mystery. That's a Big League Lawn. It's the professional, lush green lawn you shouldn't have to spend your weekends fighting for. Big League Lawns. Get the lawn your neighbors talk about and go home to a Big League Lawn.
Mosquito season in Utah? It's here. And it's hungry. Before the swatting starts and the kids run inside, call Skeeter Eater. Our mosquito service doesn't stink, doesn't stick, and actually works. We're a Utah company with family-friendly treatments built to help you enjoy your yard without the bug sprays, candles, or chaos. Get $40 off your first treatment now at SkeeterEater.com. Skeeter Eater. Stop the bites, start the fun.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
7:59 emergency traffic brought to you by UCCU. Improve cash flow with a home equity line of credit. Let's get an update with Cameron Elliott.
Delays on eastbound I-80 are continuing to grow. They stretch now from State Street all the way over to the mouth of the canyon. I-215's east belt, not much better. It's now going to be bumper to bumper from Knutson's Corner all the way also to the mouth of the canyon. And to make matters worse, we've got a disabled vehicle on the intersection of the 201 and northbound Bangerter Highway, causing heavy delays all the way back to 35th South. We've also still got those delays in Tooele County. Those are lightening up, though, over at Mills Junction by Pole Canyon Road. Cormac?
Southbound I-15, still some really a solid stretch of delays from 400 north in Centerville all the way down to 600 north in Salt Lake. Getting off of Beck Street, not any better. That construction down to one lane, causing heavy stop-and-go traffic right as you get off of I-15, reaching all the way up to Victory Road. Southbound Legacy Highway, also a little slow as you approach I-215, but otherwise I-15 from really Brigham City all the way down towards Centerville, no delays. Upgrade your water with Culligan with top quality systems for homes and businesses, softeners, filtration, bottled-free coolers, and bottled water delivery. Local experts, trusted solutions. Visit CulliganSLC.com. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Well, weather's going to be warm today and get even more by the weekend. A high of 86 today, 92 on Friday, and 94 on Saturday. Right now, it is fair and 64 degrees. KSL Giveathon coming up next.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 8 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Cameron Elliott. KSL's top local story this hour, Utah Congresswoman Celeste Malloy has officially secured the first $10 million of the $1 billion the president wants to give to help the Great Salt Lake. Malloy told the Deseret News she thinks it'll likely take years to get all of the money, but she says this is an important first step. The money is designed to go to a new Great Salt Lake watershed recovery program. The weak winter and now dry summer has fire officials implementing restrictions across the state. That includes the South Bench neighborhoods of Spanish Fork. The fire department says there are no open fires of any kind allowed. That includes bans on charcoal cooking, fireworks, tracer ammunitions, or sky lanterns. There's also no cutting, welding, or grinding metals in dry vegetation, or operating motorcycles, ATVs, or UTVs with small combustion engines without a working spark arrestor. Our top national story now from ABC News. There was a close call between a JetBlue airliner and a small plane trying to land in Fort Lauderdale.
Alerts going off in the cockpit of that JetBlue plane. According to Flight Radar 24 data, the two planes were 1.63 miles apart horizontally and 500 feet vertically. The FAA saying in a statement the required separation was maintained.
ABC's Matt Rivers says the small plane is registered to a Florida Pilot Training Academy, and they say their pilot was following all the laws. Taking a look at your money at this moment, the Dow Jones is up 783 points. That's up 1.5%. The S&P 500 is down 5 points. That's a fraction of a percent. And the NASDAQ is down 229 points. That's 0.85%. Coming up, sunny and getting hot. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 8:01.
There's one choice for Congress in Utah's 3rd District, Celeste Malloy. Celeste Malloy has President Trump's complete and total endorsement. She fought alongside President Trump to secure the border, grow the economy, protect the Second Amendment, and deliver results for Utah families. Thanks to Trump-endorsed Celeste Malloy, Utah families are seeing massive tax savings, safer communities, and a country that's getting back on track. President Trump and Utah can count on Celeste Malloy to deliver solutions. She will never let you down. On June 23rd, vote for Celeste Malloy, the Trump-endorsed candidate. She has President Trump's
complete and total endorsement.
Paid for by Winning for Women Action Fund and not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.wfwactionfund.com. Winning for Women Action Fund is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by UCCU. You deserve to love where you bank. Here's Cormac Bone.
We do still have emergency traffic on both eastbound I-80 and northbound I-215's east belt due to that one-lane construction repavement project on I-80 at the mouth of Parley's Canyon. Both of those roads just really stopped up and just stop-and-go traffic. Eastbound I-80, that's from just about I-15 all the way over to the mouth of the canyon, and northbound I-215's west belt, that's from the corner there all the way up to I-80. Southbound I-15, regular delays from Bountiful into downtown Salt Lake, and northbound I-15 just a little slow approaching Bangerter Highway, regular delays at the south interchange, and approaching northbound at 3300 South. Where will summer take you? With UTA's rider's license, kids ages 6 to 18 ride all summer for just $49. Get yours today at the Transit app or at rideuta.com. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
We should reach 86 today in Salt Lake City, but then it really starts to heat up. We could see 92 on Friday and 94 on Saturday. Then it's going to get windy, increasing fire danger. Right now, though, it's 64 degrees in Fair downtown. I'm Cameron Elliott from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
The 2025 KSL Give-a-thon.
I am at Primary Children's for a transfusion.
Won't you become a smile maker this year? Donate $15 a month to change a life at Primary Children's Hospital. Go to kslkids.com right now or call us at 575-KIDS. The Give-a-thon on KSL News Radio.
Well, it's here. It's officially here. Amanda Dixon from the Give-a-thon, along with my three friends and co-workers. Adam Small is here, along with Andy Cupp and Greg Scortis.
Hi.
How are you, Greg?
I'm very well. This is great. This is a lot of fun.
Is this your first Give-a-thon?
Very first one. I wasn't sure what to expect. So I'm glad you're here to mentor me.
This is my 36th
I was going to say, okay.
Give-a-thon. Is that crazy? Well, we're here, to raise money for the children and for their families at Primary Children's Hospital. And I'm blown away every year that we do this by the generosity of our listeners.
Yeah, every single year. I mean, this is my third Give-a-thon now, and it just blows me away. I mean, working as a reporter, I see the generosity and, just the willingness of Utahns to come forward in all circumstances, good or bad. And this is one of those instances where we see people out of nowhere on a random day in June will come forward and just donate so much money to help these kids at Primary Children's. It's really inspirational every time we do this.
Yeah.
And it's such a big impact, too. I mean, Primary Children's doesn't just help Utahns.
Yeah.
It helps people from all over the Intermountain West, the Western United States. I know I lived in Montana for a bit, and people would fly their children down here for things. So it's a big thing. It takes a lot of money, a lot of resources. So anything we can do to help kind of lift the burden off of these families is what we're trying to do today.
Yeah.
I'm one of those parents that's had a child that needed the services at Primary Children's. So this means a lot to me. I had a daughter that had to be flown to Primary Children's one day, and this is a group that I will do anything for. They literally saved her life.
We want to encourage you to make a contribution by either going to kslkids.com or calling 801-KSL-KIDS. I think we should do our first match. What do you think, guys?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
This is a chance for your money to be doubled. So you donate $15, it becomes $30. You donate $50, it becomes $100. You do a Smile Maker donation monthly, and it's doubled. Oh, I'm sorry. And so you just do that by calling this number. It's 801-KSL-KIDS. And our thanks to the Utah Hyundai dealers for their generous support of our Give-a-thon for Primary Children's
For
Hospital.
those that understand the letters, it's 801-575-5437. 801-KSL-KIDS or 801-575-5437.
And again, mentioning the Smile Maker program, I mean, this is something you can make an impact outside of just today. And the Smile Maker program, the J&J Smile Maker program, you can make a monthly donation. I know we talk about this program. All it takes is a little sacrifice. Like if you donate $15 a month, and if you decide to become a Smile Maker during one of these match segments, thanks to Utah Hyundai dealers, your $15 a month becomes $30 a month.
Yeah.
And you're still only having to pay $15. You're just having to sacrifice eating out a couple times a week to make up that sacrifice, and it just goes such a long way. It may seem like such a small amount because we do get very big donations.
And we love those. I mean, we love one right now.
100%. If you've got a big one, we're ready for it. Let's start the morning off strong.
You want to write
anyone? We're looking forward to
a $1,000 check?
Yeah.
We'll take it, and it'll become $2,000 during this match.
Yeah, no, big or small, they all make a huge difference in this overall goal of helping all these kids that come through Primary Children's. I mean, we're talking tens of thousands of kids that come through their doors every single year. So big or small, your donation goes such a long way.
Well, and especially right now, I mean, we know we're not deaf or we're not, oblivious to everything. We know that the economy is hard. We know that people's paychecks are not going nearly as far as they're supposed to or as they used to.
Yeah.
But anything you can give, little amounts, big amounts, anything, if we all can give something, it will really help go the distance.
Pick up the phone, 801-KSL-KIDS, KSL Kids. That's 801-575-5437. Pick up your phone right now and give us a call.
We're going to have this match continue, but right now it's 8:09. Let's get a look at traffic and weather together, brought to you by UCCU. You deserve to love where you bank. And back to you.
We do have emergency traffic eastbound I-80 from I-15 all the way to Parley's Canyon. And that's due to that one-lane construction with repavement of a project as you get into Parley's Canyon. Northbound I-215's east belt also being affected by that same construction. That's slow and go from the Wasatch Boulevard interchange all the way up to the mouth of the canyon. We also have a crash northbound I-15 in Utah County just before Pleasant Grove Boulevard. Looks like they're out of traffic and in the right shoulder, but causing some pretty heavy delays, and that reaches back towards 1600 North. Otherwise, it's regular slowdowns on I-15 northbound at Bangerter Highway, the South Interchange, and all the way up to the I-80-201 interchange, and South 15 slow from Bountiful all the way into Salt Lake. Clients are saying dental implants are worth it. Stubbs Dental completely changed my life. Stubbs Dental doesn't just fix teeth, they change lives. Visit StubbsDental.com to get started today. That's StubbsDental.com. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Your KSL hourly forecast, 6 a.m., sunny skies, 61 degrees. By 9 a.m., lots of sunshine, 72 degrees. At noon, sunny and 80. And then this afternoon, a high of 86 with lots of sunshine and a light breeze. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
Welcome back to the Give-a-thon for Primary Children's Hospital. Amanda Dixon here with Adam Small and Greg Skordas and Andy Cupp, and we're raising money to support the families. I've had, like you were talking, Greg, about that you had a child who was flown to Primary Children's. I've had 2 children that have been seen by doctors there for years and had surgeries there. And I will never forget the experience of having the surgeon come out and sit with me in the recovery room.
Exactly.
Because Aiden wasn't waking up. And it was scaring me that he had gone an hour past when they thought. And this surgeon came, and it was probably 9 o'clock at night. And he stayed there until Aiden came out of the anesthesia. And it's just, it's an amazing hospital filled with love and care, and we need to support them.
Yeah, our daughter had a fractured skull. She had a very, very bad fall out of a hotel room. She was flown from Idaho to Salt Lake, Primary Children's. She now has a master's degree in mathematics. She teaches. She got a track scholarship at Northern Arizona, and we thought for a while that she might be. I mean, who knew what we were going to happen? The doctor said we have no idea what her future is going to be.
Yeah.
And she's a mother of 2 kids and doing incredibly well and beautiful.
When your kids are healthy, nothing's wrong in the world.
Right.
So
right.
when your kids aren't healthy, nothing else matters. So let's get behind these parents and be of help to them by calling KSL Kids. That's 801-575-5437. We have wonderful volunteers who are ready to take your call. We just need some calls.
Yeah, if you're able, we invite you to become a Smile Maker. All you have to do is set up a recurring donation of just $15 a month or more. If you're able, that turns into hundreds of dollars to help the fine folks at Primary Children's to find help, hope, and healing. Call us right now at 801-575-5437. That's 801-KSL-KIDS to set up a donation, or text the word SMILE, S-M-I-L-E, to 57500 for a bounce-back message that will take you to KSLKids.com. And our incredible thanks to J&J Garden Center for being our Smile Maker sponsor.
And of course, too, I know it's a work day. I'm sure a lot of people might not have the availability to get on the phone right now, but we have an easy way you can donate to. That's donating online at KSLKids.com. You can go there anytime during a match, too. You will still get that match done if you donate online. So if you can make a call, we'd love to hear from you. But again, if you want to donate online, if it's more convenient for you, that's KSLKids.com.
I've spent money in many ways that I've regretted. I've bought dresses that I've worn once and thought, what in the world was I thinking? I've bought all kinds of things that I've later thought, what a complete waste of money that is. I have never once regretted anything that I've given to Primary Children's Hospital. I used to just do once a year during the actual give-a-thon. But then I became a Smile Maker, like you were talking about, Greg. And that's what I do now. So I'm up to $25 a month. But, you could give $50, you could give $100, whatever you can afford. And if you do it now during the match, thanks to the Hyundai dealers of Utah, that money, it just becomes more effective. It doubles your money.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's an important thing to do. If you're in traffic right now, pull over. It's not going to get any better. Call the number. Pull out your credit card and sign up. I took Beck Street today, and it was a mess. Don't take Beck Street. If you do, you're not going to get to work on time anyway. You might as well pull over and make a donation.
You can tell your boss, look, I'm a little bit late, but I'm late for a good cause.
Right, yeah. I was doing something
I'm late to help the children.
Right, yeah, and the boss will say, oh, you should have been later. You only donated $50. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, boss gets mad at you for pulling over to donate to help sick children. Then you might want to reevaluate your workplace. But I didn't say anything.
So for all those of us who have been blessed by the work at Primary Children's, and I am among them, But I know so many. I mean, I don't know anyone who hasn't been touched in some way, that they either themselves or their neighbor or their grandchildren. And with that in mind, we can't help the child get better, you and I, but we can have the back of these parents by backing them up financially.
Yeah, exactly. I've got a little niece that's a NICU nurse at Primary Children's.
Oh, wow.
And she just tells me the great stories and the great doctor. And, I think that Primary Children's is probably one of the finest pediatric hospitals in the country.
Oh, there's
maybe
no
in
doubt.
the world.
Yeah.
I mean, my son's a doctor, and he said it doesn't get any better than what you've got right there in Utah.
Yeah. I mean, I remember I used to drive from West Jordan to Primary Children's and complain about the drive, and then I'd be sitting next to a parent from Wyoming.
Yeah, right.
And I think, oh, Amanda, you're so spoiled. You have it right in your neighborhood. It took you 45 minutes. Wow.
And they do such a good job. They've got such a great facility. They've got these great medical professionals. They've great nursing staff. They've great technology. I mean, Primary Children's is state of the art. I mean, it really is the best in the country, or at least one of the best.
And just loving, kind, caring people.
Yeah, I was actually looking up some facts about Primary Children's Hospital this morning as I was getting ready for the program. And here's a couple things I want you to learn. So first one, U.S. News and World Report actually ranked Primary Children's Hospital as one of the United States' best children's hospitals.
Yeah, no question.
So
Right.
all the way up there. And
Right.
also, too, like when Andy talked about earlier, it's not just here in Utah. You got people from all over the Intermountain West coming out here. Their service area spans 400,000 square miles. That's 10% of the United States.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. And our money goes to help. So this is money you will never regret spending. It's 575-5437. That's 801-575-5437. Or if it's easier, I just did it online at kslkids.com, and you'll see right there, there's a donate button. Just click on that button. And, maybe call your spouse and say, hey, honey, what do you think we can give this month? You want to try 50?
Right, and these donations are so important. I mean, it's so important for the kids. It's so important for the staff. It's so important to keep that reputation that we've got going here in Utah. So, I mean, anything, $15 a month. That's
a coffee.
Maybe you don't get a latte that week.
Yeah,
that's great. That's great. I mean, to think of the benefit that you're giving for something like that, as opposed to what you're sacrificing, which is next to nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something we should all take advantage of.
Yeah, and like I've been very fixated on money, bettering my financial life the last couple of years, and it's amazing like how small of a sacrifice you can make to see a big difference in your monthly budget. For example, I've saved like $10 a month just switching from like, say, like a Netflix or some kind of streaming service plan that doesn't have ads and, maybe is a more premium subscription. You can still get the same service with ads and save like $10 a month. Give that $10 a month to Primary Children's Hospital. You're giving that money to such a good cause, and you still get what you want. Or like you said, sacrificing one of those coffees, one of those times eating out. Again, those little sacrifices add up so much in the grand scheme of things.
I used to talk when my kids were little. I remember we used to have a family conversation about how much we should give to the hospital. And I wanted them to be part of the conversation because they benefited from the hospital. It's like, okay, do you remember when we used to take Aiden to the hospital all the time? And they would have separate playrooms for the siblings of the kids. So Ethan, who is my older son, would be playing some, video game or playing with other siblings of kids. So he didn't get sad and feeling left out while we were going to the hospital all the time for his brother. They just think of everything there. Plus, there's ice cream on demand 24/7.
I didn't know that. It doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah.
It doesn't surprise me at all.
The love is just extraordinary.
Yeah, if I was a kid and I knew they had free ice cream 24/7, I'd be like, Mom, I'm not feeling well. We should probably go in.
We sure appreciate everyone who's had a chance to call in and donate, but we need more of you to call 801-575-5437. If KSL is a part of your life, if we've been able to help you with traffic or staying informed, if you've learned from Greg Skordas, as I have every day he's on the air, if you've enjoyed Adam's reporting, which is extraordinary, live on the scenes of so many things.
Or if you just like to hear Amanda's voice every morning, just to say, okay, it's going to be all right.
It's going to be all right.
That's a given, Greg. Everyone loves
We've got
Amanda's
it going.
voice.
That's right.
But you're right, it is going to be all right when we support each other. So let's make this statement today that we can come together as a state and really support the weakest and smallest among us, the children at Primary Children's Hospital.
Yeah. My kid has ended up in primaries multiple times, and I mean, it's already bad enough that like you miss like the chaos at home of like sometimes you wish you had a moment of peace and quiet, but then all that goes out the window when you're in a hospital waiting room, not knowing what needs to happen to get them better, but also you're dreading, depending on what your insurance situation is, like what that bill is going to look like afterwards. And if you can even just take that factor out of it, that makes up so much of the headache,
the stress.
that people deal with, and the stress.
And in the Intermountain West, you have to feel comforted to know that we have a facility like that. I mean, New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, they have great hospitals. We have one right here. And if you're anywhere in the, like you say, a huge area, a huge swath, I mean, they've got helicopters, they've got fixed wing, they can get your child to wherever you need to go. And if the Wasatch Front at all, I mean, it's a facility you can get to in minutes, and it's among the best in the world. It really is something where you feel like no matter what you're dealing with, no matter what situation your child is experiencing, they can take care of it. They have the technology to take care of whatever's going on. I mean, it's really the best in the business.
And we need to have their backs. Call 801-575-5437 or go online to kslkids.com. Right now it's 8:19. Let's get another look at traffic and weather together. It's Emergency Traffic, brought to you by UCCU. Receive 4% cash back on cruises at uccu.com. And back to you, Cormac.
Yeah, that's right, Amanda. Emergency traffic that we've been having all morning, eastbound to I-80 from I-15 all the way to the mouth of Parley's Canyon. Still just stop-and-go traffic due to that one lane in the project zone of repaving I-80 at the mouth of Parley's Canyon. Northbound I-215's east belt. Also the same story from really the corner where you transition from the south belt to go east on I-215 all the way up again to the mouth of Parley's Canyon. Just stop-and-go traffic due to that one construction zone and one lane. Southbound I-15, normal delays from Bountiful into downtown near Warm Springs Road. If you get off at Beck Street, expect one-lane construction congestion again there until Victory Road. And northbound I-15 in Utah County, we do have a crash just before Pleasant Grove Boulevard, causing some pretty heavy traffic reaching back toward 800 North. Looks like they're blocking one right lane. Give Dad the biggest hugs ever this Father's Day with a Minky Couture blanket. Save 50% with the promo code KSL50 in stores and at minkycouture.com. The best blanket ever. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Your KSL 7-day forecast showing temperatures are going to be going up for today, highs in the mid-80s, then it's down into the low 60s for tonight. Going into your Friday, high temperatures get into the mid-90s, and we are going to have to watch for increasing winds Saturday to bring in high fire danger with temperatures in the mid-90s and wind gusts between 35 and 40 miles an hour. By Sunday, though, a cold front comes through, bringing extra clouds, a slight chance for rain, and we'll have those temperatures coming back down to the low 80s. Then it's more sunshine and mid-80s after that. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included, no strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account taxes and fees extra after 12 months. Regular rates apply to mobile. Select Xfinity. Internet required speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. $50 a month for 5 years. No commitments. Go to Xfinity.com.
Common Spirit Health. Hospitals, clinics, and caregivers all connected to advance healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Healthcare with human kindness is here. Hello, human kindness.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-895-1414. That's 800-895-1414.
It's the KSL Give-A-thon. Be a smile maker for the kids at Primary Children's Hospital.
Amanda Dixon here with Andy Cupp and Adam Small, and Greg Skordas is busy because he's making a donation right now.
He is. He said it was his first time, and he had to hop right on that bandwagon and make a donation.
I love that, Andy.
So even us, we're trying here. So please help us. Help us with the donations. We really need it. We really want it. Intermountain Children's Hospital really, really needs it. And the people who use the hospital services, who use these for their children who are going through a lot, they need it.
Yeah.
You guys, I was actually thinking, I think it's time for a match.
Oh, let's do it. Let's do a match. Let's do it right now. If you start that music, thank you. That means that for the next 3 minutes, all of the money donated to 575-5437 or KSL Kids or KSLKids.com will be doubled thanks to our wonderful supporters of the Utah Hyundai dealers.
Yeah, so for the next 3 minutes, if you decide to say, hey, I've got 20 extra bucks sitting around, I want to donate $20 to help kids at Primary Children's Hospital, Utah Hyundai dealers will make that donation $40 and no extra cost to you. Or if you want to become a smile maker, courtesy of J&J Garden Center, we love their support. If you want to make a recurring donation, you want to donate, say, it's even as small as $10 a month. If you become a smile maker within the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds or so, we'll make that a $20 donation, no extra cost to you. $10 a month will become $20 every single month to kids at Primary Children's Hospital.
We're also happy to hit the Hyundai dealers up for big money. So if you want to donate $1,000, we'll ring the bell. I want to ring the cowbell. Somebody make a big hairy donation and we can ring the cowbell and make the Hyundai dealers double that donation, which they're happy to do.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a community effort. This is not just us here at KSL. It's not just J&J. It's not just Hyundai. It's everyone. Yeah. We're coming together because this isn't just, something that helps one person. This helps everyone in our community. Whether you have children or not, you have grandchildren, you have neighbors, you have nieces and nephews and friends with children who could use this support 100% today.
I knew a woman years ago who told me something I've never forgotten. She said, if you want to be rich, learn to be generous. And I at the time I thought, what are you talking about? I got $40 in my checking account. How's that going to work? And she said, I'm just saying, when you give, you sort of send this message out to the universe that says, I have enough. And then the universe makes it true. So I don't know if you believe that or not, but I have benefited in my life always from being generous. At times when I thought I really don't have anything to share, I find a little something and I share. And then, so maybe today you're going to close a deal today that you need to close, or something good's going to happen. Your kid's going to find a job, praise the Lord, or something good's going to happen, and it's going to happen because you're generous in this moment.
Well, and I think the generosity is a huge thing when we think about our smile makers.
Yeah.
We talk about you're providing a smile to the families who are using the support, but you're also providing that smile to yourself.
Yeah.
Because it feels so good to give. Even if it is just $15 a month for the Smile Maker sponsorship, it's a huge thing that can go so far, and just the feeling that you can get from helping and knowing you're helping is tremendous.
So how easy was it to donate, Greg?
It was easy. Are we still doing a match right now?
Yes.
I donated $1,000. So somebody's got to match that. Ring the bell. Okay. There you go. So let's have.
You're the ball.
Let's have a match on that. You can't just stand here and talk about this, especially after you've shared the benefits of what Primary does without giving us some money.
Oh, that is so awesome.
Yeah, we're good.
Thank
We're good.
you,
It was
Greg.
easy. Yeah, and I got to speak with Miss Salt Lake Valley. She was taking the donations, and she was as nice as she could be.
Oh, that's
She did a great
wonderful.
job. Here,
So
she's bringing my credit card back.
I want to challenge everyone. If you're listening, it doesn't have to be that big, but boy, we'd love another $1,000 donation. Can you do that to help us? Can you make that a $2,000 donation?
Yeah, that would help. Yeah, that would help. If it's during a match, I just gave $1,000. Let's double that.
Yes.
Do it. Even if it's $15, even if it's $25.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, this is a great time.
Whatever it is that you can spare.
Yeah, and it can be big or small. Greg, I could not drop $1,000 right now. I really envy you and being able to be in that position.
But someday you will be able to. Adam.
I hope so.
I'm sure you will. You're still young. Wait till that. And when you're young, you can give small because that principle of generosity does kick in.
Yeah.
So I think if we went around the station, we'd find close to 100% of the employees here donate to Primary Children's because we know the benefit and we want our neighbors to be saved. So get on the phone, 801-575-5437, or you can donate online at kslkids.com. We have a break coming up for news at the bottom of the hour, but we don't want those donations to stop coming in, Andy.
Oh, keep calling. Keep calling.
We have people. I see a couple people who are not on the phone right now, so the lines are open. Give us a call. 801-575-5437. Oh, Amanda, get the cowbell.
We got another Another huge donation. Joan in Grantsville. Joan, we're not worthy, Joan. Thank you so much for that $1,000 donation.
$1,000.
Look at the other name they've got there.
That's Greg.
Greg
that's
from
Greg.
That's me.
Way to go, Greg. But we welcome your
Good
donation.
job. Thank you.
Of any amount at KSL
Big donations.
Kids.
Yeah.
That's 801-575-5437. Let's take a break for news at the bottom of the hour, and we'll be right back on the Give-a-thon.
It's 8:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Cameron Elliott. KSL's top local story this hour: Utah couples who hope to retire sometime soon better have quite the savings account. KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla reports.
An analysis from Investopedia says the average couple needs about $1.16 million to retire comfortably. Here in Utah, it's just over $1 million. The analysis takes the average Social Security benefits of about $37,000 a year, as well as the average living expenses of about $78,000 a year, and uses the 4% retirement rule. It's the basic guideline suggesting retirees withdraw 4% of their total retirement savings in the first year of retirement and adjust from there. The $1 million Utahns need is actually in the middle of the scale. It ranges from just $800,000 in places like North Dakota to Hawaii, where retirees will need $1.3 million. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
Our top national story from ABC News: Hezbollah leaders have rejected the latest ceasefire agreement reached between Israel and the Lebanese government. Hezbollah is also demanding a complete Israeli withdrawal. The ongoing fighting in Lebanon, where Israeli forces have seized large sections of land in the southern part of the country, has become a roadblock in the efforts to end the war in Iran and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Taking a look at your money at this moment, the Dow Jones is up 706 points. That's 1.4%. The S&P 500 is down 1.4 points, so that is a fraction of a percent. And the NASDAQ is down 179 points. That is 0.6%. Coming up, from warm to hot, KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 8:31.
Most people prefer a local company. That's why you're seeing more and more Big League Lawns on your street. We hear it all the time. My neighbor uses you guys, and their lawn looks amazing. Thicker, greener, just better. Big League Lawns started right here in Utah 10 years ago, and it didn't take long for people to notice. Along the way, they've left more than 1,600 five-star reviews talking about it. Big League Lawns, built right here, chosen every day.
Mosquitoes were out before the grill was even hot. You lit the torches, sprayed the kids, swatted through dinner, and the mosquitoes still won. Call Skeeter Eater, a Utah company built for backyard living. Our family-friendly treatments and smart mosquito traps keep the fun going long after sunset. Get $40 off your first treatment now at SkeeterEater.com. Skeeter Eater. Stop the bites. Start the fun.
While the weather's mild, it's a perfect time to get your air conditioner ready for summer. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the next time you're outside, take a look at your air conditioner. There's a few things you can do to avoid common breakdowns that happen at the beginning of the season. If you covered it for the winter, uncover it. If the bushes and shrubs are growing around it, make sure you trim them back about 18 to 24 inches. If the coils are dirty, rinse them off with your garden hose. Then go inside and make sure you have a clean filter. If you do all that and find yourself with an air conditioner that isn't working, consider calling Any Hour Services. We have an air conditioner troubleshooting special for any homeowners listening. For only $29, we'll send a certified HVAC technician to your home to troubleshoot why your air conditioner isn't working. Then they'll give you a summary of their findings and present you options to repair it. To find out why your air conditioner isn't working for only $29, call Any Hour Services today at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
I'm Utah tax attorney Jordan Wilcox. Don't face the IRS alone.
I was self-employed, and I got behind on my taxes. And then 1 year became 2 years and 3 years, and $116,535.47 to be exact. It just became overwhelming. Finally, I went to another tax company, and they were more interested in how good they were than helping me. I heard about Jordan and talking to the other people who'd done and been in the same situations that I was in, and their tax problems seemed just like mine. And so I went to Jordan, and it was amazing. They were able to negotiate it down to $5,200, and life became wonderful to me.
Don't face the IRS alone. You need a tax attorney that's not afraid to fight for you. Visit endtaxworry.com to schedule your free consultation. That's endtaxworry.com.
I will be forever grateful.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by UCCU. Receive 4% cash back on cruises at uccu.com. And right now we've got emergency traffic. Here's Cormac Bone.
Yeah, that one lane road on eastbound I-80 getting into the mouth of Parley's Canyon, that repavement project really causing some terrible traffic this morning. Northbound I-215's the east belt heavy and slow from the corner, Knutson Corner, all the way up to Parley's Canyon. And eastbound on I-80, that's slow and go from I-15 all the way over to the canyon as well. Really, it stopped traffic in both those stretches. Southbound I-15, normal delays from Woods Cross all the way down to Warm Springs Road. Getting off at Beck Street, you can expect heavy congestion there too, with one lane construction as well until you get to Victory Road. Northbound I-15, still seeing that crash in Utah County just before Pleasant Grove Boulevard, and those delays are heavy just before 800 North, reaching all the way up to the cleanup. Doug Smith has your summer ride. Their award-winning lineup features Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Kia, Subaru, Mitsubishi, Chevy, and more. Visit heydoug.net today. Hey Doug, Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Salt Lake City is going to see a high of 86 today. Then we jump into the 90s for the weekend. But that heat also comes with strong winds that are going to increase the fire danger. Right now, though, it's 72 degrees and fair in Salt Lake City. I'm Cameron Elliott from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's time for the KSL Give-a-thon. Help your neighbors provide life-saving care for local children needing medical care. Go to kslkids.com or call 575-KIDS.
Please do that now. KSL Kids, that's 575-5437. Amanda Dixon here with Greg Skordas, Andy Cupp, and Adam Small. And you've got a special guest, Adam.
Yeah, we wanted to welcome in Lisa Paletta. She is the president of the Miller campus. That's the Lehigh campus of Primary Children's Hospital. Lisa, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So, Lisa, when I first moved here, I got very used to Primary Children's in Salt Lake being the one place you could go. Remind me, how long has it been since Lehigh opened their doors?
Yeah, so we opened our doors on February 12th of 2024.
So 2 years going strong now. How has it gone so far? Like, tell me about the patients, the experience. How have things been and your experience overseeing this operation?
Yeah, I mean, it's been an absolute honor to be the president of this hospital, not only to see the building, be built and come to fruition, but to be able to build the team of amazing caregivers that provide care for our patients. And we opened in February of 2024 and have just continued to get busier year over year, more and more patients. And it's you think of the numbers, last year, for example, we saw 23,000 kids just come through our emergency department, 78,000 patient visits in our outpatient clinic. And it's kind of astounding numbers that we see that many kids in such a short time. And even those numbers are just for 2025. But what those numbers represent, which is really cool, is that kids are being able to be seen closer to where they actually live and to be able to get their treatment sooner and in a more, a more convenient way for the families.
Hey, Lisa, can you tell our listeners where the Primary Children's Hospital Miller Family Campus in Lehigh is located?
Yeah, so it's right along 2100 North in Lehigh. So the address is 2250 North Miller Campus Drive. You can't miss it if you're driving off, on 2100 North. So it's in a prime location for access right off the highway. And once the construction is done on 2100, it's going to be amazing.
And Lisa, I know you kind of talked about a minute ago how I can imagine the impact this has on people in Utah County, being able to have a location a little bit closer to home. Again, you talked about easy access off the freeway. We have so many great listeners in Utah County, so I was actually really happy for them when the campus opened. But I wanted to also ask you about this that we're doing to help kids at Primary Children's Hospital. In the 2 years that you've been at the Lehigh campus, can you talk about any firsthand experiences you've had with patients who've benefited from our Give-a-thon, and or just seeing anyone who's received assistance, knowing that not only is their child doing okay now, but now they don't have to be as stressed about that financial burden of having to go to the hospital?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Again, having only been open a couple years, you might be shocked at the amount of charity care that we have been able to give. In fact, I think last year in 2025, that number was somewhere between $5 and $7 million. And so that's pretty incredible. And that's because of, our generous donors to the hospital, to the kids that really make that possible for us to be able to deliver the highest level of care to all patients, regardless of their ability to pay.
That is just wonderful. Thanks so much for joining us. That's Lisa Paletta. She is the president of the Miller campus. That's the Lehigh campus of Primary Children's Hospital.
8:39. Let's get another quick look at traffic. We've had issues this morning. Brought to you by UCCU. Improve cash flow with a home equity line of credit. And back to you, Cormac.
It is still emergency traffic eastbound I-80 and northbound I-215's east belt as you really getting to Parley's Canyon. Just a really terrible drive right now. It's still just one lane with that repavement project, and eastbound I-80 from I-15 all the way over to Parley's Canyon, and northbound I-215's east belt, that's from the south belt all the way up to Parley's Canyon. Otherwise, it's pretty normal delays to expect. We've got northbound I-15 delays at the south interchange, and south 15 a little slow from North Salt Lake down to Warm Springs Road. In Utah County, though, we do still see some pretty heavy residual delays northbound I-15 just after Center Street and reaching up toward Pleasant Grove Boulevard. That crash there that we had has cleared off the road, though. Seeing cracked, curling, or missing shingles on your roof? Don't wait. Save big during S&S Roofing's big, huge summer sale. From a small repair to a full replacement, SNSRoofingUtah.com. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
It's feeling like summertime. We're starting off in the 60s this morning. Lots of sunshine and highs in the mid-80s today. And over the next few days, those highs are going to get into the mid-90s, nice and warm. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
It's the KSL Give-a-thon. Be a smile maker for the kids at Primary Children's Hospital.
You're joining us this morning for our annual Give-a-thon, and we are going to get a match going thanks to the Utah Hyundai dealers. We are so excited. If you donate anything in the next, 3 minutes or so? Yeah. 3 minutes. We will match it thanks to the Utah Hyundai dealers. So $15 becomes $30, $20 becomes $40, $25 becomes $50. You can do the math. It's
Look how much we've raised.
A big way to really help the children and the families at Primary Children's Hospital.
Yeah.
We're off to a good start, but we have a long way to go.
Yeah, I guess so. But it says we've raised $55,000. Almost 50.
Yeah.
Good heavens.
That's awesome. We're off to a great start, but there's so much farther to go.
So much. And we're going until 5 p.m., 6 p.m., I believe, actually.
Okay.
So we've got several hours left. So if you're sitting here and you're listening to our coverage today and you're kind of, should I? You still have time. Don't worry. But also, next 2 minutes now or so, donate. We'll get a match.
Think about what would feel comfortable for you to donate, and then up it just a little bit.
Just call us 801-575-5437 or 801-KSL-KIDS and make a donation right now. Just pull over in your car. Pull out the credit card and do it.
Or if you have the means, like one awesome Greg Scortis over here, you could drop $1,000 and it'll become $2,000 thanks to our friends at Utah Hyundai dealers. So if you have the means, do it. But again, if it's just a little donation, do that too. And of course, if you want to make a recurring monthly donation, become a J&J Garden Center Smile Maker. If you want to donate, say $20 a month, if you become a Smile Maker in the next 90 seconds, that $20 donation becomes $40 a month at no extra cost to you.
It's just a cost of. We're also money conscious. That if I can double my money, I want to double my money.
Oh, heavens, yes.
Yes.
And
make my donation.
And think of a better cause than Primary Children's. You just can't. I mean, it's the best facility. One of the best facilities in the country.
We know the stress of having a child who's sick and in the hospital.
Yeah.
So we know that there are parents who woke up this morning and their concern was not what am I going to wear. Their concern was, did my child have pain in the night?
Yeah.
So all we can do is try and help them financially. We can't take away the pain. I wish we could, but we can't. But we can take away the worry. And if we can reduce the stress about money, that's going to come out as a less stressed parent. who is now more present with their child because they're not obsessing about how am I going to pay this bill.
Exactly. Like there have been times I've been sitting at Primary Children's Hospital with my daughter, and I swear half of my stress is about the bill that could come after this. So if you can eliminate that, not only are you reducing stress going forward as your child's recovering, but also in that moment you can then give all of that attention. 100% of that attention goes to how do I get my child well? And that, I mean, speaking as a parent of a young kid, that means the world. Like you can't put it in words.
The doctors and nurses at primaries, I remember the first time I took Aiden in for a surgery, he was only about 14 months old.
Oh my.
And I literally handed him to the surgeon. The surgeon came out into the waiting room with the anesthesiologist, and I put my baby in his arms. Then he had to have another surgery about a year later, and now he was sitting up on his own. So now they put him in a little, like one of those little things that you pull along.
Oh,
Why am I
a wagon?
Yes, a little wagon. I put him in a little wagon, and they drug him. So everything was just, can I make this kid
How fun is that?
not be afraid, and can I make the parent feel like we've got him now. Literally, he's in our arms now.
So many of us live along the Wasatch Front and have a little extra money and have something to give and have benefited from hospitals and facilities like Primary Children. So give back a little bit. Give back. Even if it's $15 a month, $20 a month, $25 a month, whatever you can give. Just call right now, make a donation, and help kids and help parents of kids who are sitting back and wondering how they're going to pay the bill have a little bit less stress, a little bit less pressure, because they've already got enough pressure going on with the kid having problems. And make sure that they understand that there are people out there that care about them, that care about their kids, and that can do something to help them out.
That's really what we're doing today, is that we're stretching out our arms and giving all these families and children a big hug, a big collective Utah hug. And we do that by sharing just a little bit of our, as you say, our resources.
Right.
Adam, you just did an interview with the president of the Miller campus of Primary Children's Hospital down in Lehigh. Tell us a little bit about some of these cool things that go on at that Lehigh campus.
Yeah, and I was so fascinated to learn some of this stuff. Obviously, the primaries facility in Salt Lake is also fantastic. I've taken my daughter there multiple times, but this Lehigh campus kind of makes me wish I lived a little closer because there's some really cool. So one of these features that blew me away, and I'll explain why this one particularly did, because so Angel Eye cameras is what they're called. They're in the NICU patient rooms at the Lehigh campus, so it allows families to see their baby on their phone, computer, or tablet.
Oh, my word.
And you can feel connected to your baby in the NICU even when you're not in the hospital. And I say this one touches me very deeply because when my daughter was born, my wife at the time had to go into an emergency C-section. It was like one of those.
Scary.
And we were living in Idaho at the time, and it was like one of those situations where this is like a once every few times a year where everyone in the hospital is running. It was a terrifying experience. And because of complications of the birth and all these other, and because she was a little premature, she spent 2 weeks in the NICU. This was also a few days before COVID.
Oh, wow.
Like the Rudy Gobert press conference, Jazz fans, that was, I think, 2 or 3 days after my daughter was born.
Oh, wow.
And so we had to, about halfway through her NICU stay, we felt it was tough because the hospital started putting in heavier restrictions to make sure you minimize the spread of COVID, which was terrifying at the time of the symptoms it was leaving people. So to think that if I had that ability to where I'm also a full-time student at the time, I'm also still working, if I could just pull up my phone, look at my newborn daughter, that I would have been, it would have been amazing. And obviously, like, I don't fault the hospital at the time where I was at because
technology is,
but like that technology is incredible. As a new parent, I would have loved that feature.
One of the cool things at the Lehigh campus that I think especially is their MRI scanner has a goggle system so kids can watch a movie when they get their MRI.
Oh, smart.
And I mean, I've had an MRI before. I'm sure a lot of our listeners have.
It can be scary.
It's loud. You have to sit perfectly still for quite a period of time. That's really hard for a little kid to do, and to hear those noises, but to be able to sit there and watch a movie. It's like when you go to the dentist and you sit in the chair and you can just look up and watch a movie and you're like, you're just perplexed. You're just mesmerized by it. And I think that that's such a special thing for those kids to help make it less scary and a little bit more, it's okay.
And to take their mind off of what they're going through. They're watching Moana. They're watching Little Mermaid. And then it's like, time passes and the MRI goes on and the kid gets through what they need to get through. And they're like, hey, I don't know if could I watch the rest of the movie now? I can imagine that.
The last time I took Laurel, who is she's 36 now, but she has Down syndrome, so I still take her to Primary Children's. And she went and was having a blood test. So the woman comes up, and I'm always nervous. How is she going to react? She handled it like a champ. So the woman got the needle in, no problem, and they're taking the blood. And after she takes the needle out, Laura holds up her arms and says, "I love you."
Oh.
And the phlebotomist was like, "That's the first time anyone has ever said that to me after I just stuck a needle in their arm."
Right, yeah.
But I forget of how.
That's
just,
not my initial reaction.
No.
After I get an injection.
But what a joyful thing.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah.
And so can we support these families? Yes, we can. Call this number right now, 575-5437. KSL News Time now, 8:49. We have emergency traffic, so let's check back in and find out more. UCCU is the sponsor. You deserve to love where you bank. And back to you, Cormac.
Still emergency traffic eastbound I-80. Now those delays are starting to reach all the way over to the 201 freeway. It's slow from I-215's west belt all the way past I-15 and then reaching. Once you get onto that transition ramp going over I-15 from the 201 to I-80, that's where it stops. And then it doesn't really let up till you get to Parley's Canyon. Northbound I-215's east belt also slow and go, and that's from the south belt all the way up to the mouth of Parley's Canyon as well. That's all due to this repaving construction where it's down to one lane at the mouth of the canyon. Now, once you pass that construction, you're in the clear all the way into Summit County. Northbound I-15 really easing up now in Utah County. Still a little heavy in Orem at 800 North. Those are residual delays after a crash near Pleasant Grove Boulevard. And South 15, normal delays from the north interchange down into Salt Lake. But if you get off at Beck Street, still expect those heavy delays due to construction there as well with only one lane. I'm Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
Your KSL 7-day forecast showing hot, dry conditions moving on in. For today, mostly sunny, a high of 86. Down into the low 60s tonight. Friday, highs in the low 90s with plenty of sunshine. Saturday, mostly sunny, highs in the mid-90s with windy conditions, increasing fire danger. Sunday, a cold front coming in will bring temps back to the low 80s. Partly cloudy skies, a slight chance for rain. Monday, back to the mid-80s with partly to mostly cloudy skies. By Tuesday, still in the 80s, but potentially cooling down with a disturbance moving our way. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Kristen Van Dyke.
Can we talk about something difficult to discuss? Are you going through a difficult financial time? You have equity in your home, but nobody can help? American Home Loans has created the Bridge Loan Program to use your equity regardless of your credit at this time. The Bridge Loan can be used to pay debts, collections, IRS liens, divorce settlements, or home improvements. Call at 801-262-2221. That's 262-2221. This loan creates a bridge between now and a much brighter future. After COVID, one of their clients had over $85,000 in credit cards. Their scores were too low to borrow on their home. American Home Loans was able to save them $2,000 a month. And after 8 months, they qualified for a conventional loan and lowered their payments. The consultation is free and confidential. Please call them and see what they can do for you. The number is 801-262-2221. It's 262-2221, or go to AmericanHomeLoans.com. AmericanHomeLoans.com. NMLS 245422, Equal Housing Lender.
America's best warranty from Hyundai includes a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty and 24/7 roadside assistance. Visit your Utah Hyundai dealer for more information.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's the KSL Give-A-Thon. Be a smile maker for the kids at Primary Children's Hospital.
Andy, are you ready to ring that cowbell?
I am, Amanda.
Ring that cowbell! Because we've had two more, not one, but two more $1,000 donations. Our thanks to Jeffrey and to Leon. Oh,
Generous.
my gosh.
That's wonderful.
And we can do it. We can do it. Should we do another match?
I think we should. We're almost to the top of the hour, so let's get another one in there.
And let's encourage. Let's have a contagion of $1,000 donations.
Yes.
Let's have people who have that money share it with the kids at Primary Children's and do it right now.
And know it's going to be doubled.
Right, and know it's going to be doubled.
Yep.
And that's thanks to the Utah Hyundai dealers. They're sponsoring our match right now. So just for a couple of minutes, $10 becomes $20, $20 becomes $40, so on and so forth. So $1,000 becomes $2,000.
Right,
Right
notice how he
then and
did
there.
that math in his head, just like on the
You
fly.
know, I can double.
There you go.
Maybe somebody could even up the ante. Maybe we get a $2,000 donation.
There you go. There you go.
That becomes $4.
Yeah, there you go.
Just imagine what can be done with that kind of a donation. So
All right.
right now, the match is going 801-575-5437 or kslkids.com. Do it right now.
It's so easy to donate. And especially when you go online to kslkids.com, you just fill out the thing, bada bing, bada boom, and it's over. And you feel good about this. In a year, are you going to remember this? No. You're not going to even remember this in a year from now. In 6 months, you're not going to remember this.
But you might remember the feeling
Yes.
you have
Yes.
of being able to help. There's that quote from Maya Angelou that people won't remember what you do or what they say. They'll remember how you made them feel.
Yes,
And that,
right.
I think, is one of the biggest things right now. You can make yourself feel good by giving a donation today.
And I know sometimes people feel disconnected at this time. It's social media and everything else, and we don't get together in person like we used to. And here is a way. You want to feel connected? Show a little love to the kids at Primary Children's. You will feel connected.
Well, man, you said something earlier, Amanda, that stuck out to me. It said every time you've given to Primary Children's, you've never regretted it. You've never felt bad
No
about
buyer's
it.
remorse.
And it reminds me of just in general, there is some kind of feeling that comes with giving in general.
For sure.
There have even been times that I haven't even been in a very good financial spot myself, but yet I found $10, $20, something I could do for somebody else that I never forgot the feeling of that. And I never regretted hey, could I have used that money for myself? Sure, but
it wouldn't have given you the same feeling.
I wouldn't have traded it because the feeling I felt was just unbelievable. And if you can give a little like that, or if you can give a lot, like $1,000, $2,000, and have it matched and up even more, if you have that ability, you'll never forget how you feel doing that because it's the intent that matters at the end of the day.
And if you've ever had a kid hurt and if you've ever been in the hospital with your child, the last thing you want to think about is, how am I going to pay for this?
Yeah.
Or at least you want to be able to recognize that other people are going to help you with that. Because the stress of having a child hurt, you know that.
Yeah.
You know that. You know how it is. Having that on your shoulders is enough without worried also about, how am I going to pay for this at the end of the day? Or should I make medical decisions based on my finances? No, you don't need to do that because people are donating to the hospital.
And go ahead.
I was just going to say, let's talk just for a quick second about where these funds go.
Oh, please do
We
that.
keep
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about, they're helping. Okay, well, what does that actually mean? So here's a couple of the places where your donation goes. Financial assistance for patient families, big one. We've talked about that a lot. Expressive therapy programs, including music therapy, art therapy, and movement therapy.
How important is that for a
Yeah,
child?
yeah.
Oh, 100%. It's so important for them
Change
to be
their
able
life.
to do
Yep,
stuff.
absolutely.
We also have world-class research, and I think that's such an important thing. That it's a sense of pride for us here in Utah that we can contribute to world-class research right here in our own backyards. And then bereavement counseling. That's also an important one.
Yeah.
When things happen, you need the support there. This financial donation can help when things just don't go the way that you want them to.
You know, Andy, I remember the day that my son was diagnosed with a difficult genetic disorder. So he was just brand new. And I went up to the hospital and they started talking to me about his condition. And then a social worker came in. And then another doctor came in. And I thought, wow, there are too many people in this room. Something bad is going to happen. And I was scared and I got teary. But the support that I felt in that moment of, you're not in this alone. We're not going to send you to go home now and Google this. I mean, this is, we're going to walk you every step of the way. And even years later, I got to meet other patients who had his diagnosis. One even who went to college. And I thought, there's hope. There's hope. And my son has lived a very healthy 19 years. But at that moment, I was terrified. And primaries is just, they're wonderful the way that they get you through difficult things like that.
Right. Hope, help, and healing.
Yes.
That's what I like to say there.
Yeah, absolutely. And going back to the bereavement counsel, that stuck out to me because, again, I shared the story of at the term my daughter was born in 2020, and I remember in that moment just being terrified because I was 23 years old. I'm seeing my spouse being carted out to an emergency surgery. I actually wasn't able to be in the room when my daughter was born. It was a very, very unique experience, and I remember one nurse of all those people that helped us stayed behind and just held me while my hands are shaking, tears are coming down my eyes, and it's like that having some of this money be able to help people in that regard, I think that's a really underrated thing, because I mean there's a weight of having your kids sick, and then if something goes terribly wrong, parents, that pain can just be immeasurable. So to have that help is just amazing.
Yeah. Because sometimes the best outcome doesn't happen, Greg.
Right, I know. We were lucky with ours.
Yeah.
And I've talked about it a little bit, but I was trying to think, it was 35 years ago.
Oh, wow.
We were up in Idaho. Our daughter had fallen out of a hotel room. We weren't there. And the doctors there was a little clinic there in Sun Valley. And they're like, we don't know what's going to happen. Primary Children's had a fixed-wing aircraft, and they flew up. And they actually were kind enough to put my wife in the craft with them and take them with them so she could stay with our daughter. Mm-hmm. And then when we got to the hospital, I'm driving from Sun Valley, wonder what's going on. But when I got to the hospital at Primary Children's, they just relieved all of my pain, all my agony.
Beautiful.
801-575-5437, 801 KSL-KIDS. Donate now. The phone lines are open. We're ready for you. We are just about to the top of the hour, though, Amanda. So
That's
we're going to take another break.
So, yes, donate while we're in the news to KSLKids.com or 575-5437. That's KSL Kids. And this break for the news, and then we're back with the Give-a-thon 2026.
KSL FM Midvale, KSL Salt Lake City.
It's 9 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Cameron Elliott. KSL's top story this hour, a Utah congressman is looking to make it easier to drill for gas and oil on public lands. KSL News Radio's Brianna Willis has the details.
Representative Mike Kennedy's bill will extend a rule requiring oil and gas companies to pay a fee to the Bureau of Land Management if they want to drill on federal lands. Kennedy says this will allow the BLM to retain and train more staff on how to go through the applications, and they may even be able to streamline the process.
Utah BLM's office processes some of the most drill applications in the country. An Ivins woman thought a mechanic was going to fix her car, but instead he sold it.
The woman got the car for $7,000 at auction and took it to a local mechanic identified as Alvaro Hernandez Cruz. Police documents say she gave him $1,000 and planned to pay him $2,000 more after it was done. But while waiting to hear back from him, she was scrolling Facebook Marketplace and saw her car for sale. She asked Cruz what was going on, and he told her it got towed after she left it on the street. So she reached out to the person who expressed interest in buying it in the comments. He told her Cruz sold it to him for $350. The buyer did cooperate with her and police, saying he had no idea it was stolen. Cruz was booked into the Purgatory Correctional Facility on multiple charges. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
Taking a look at your money at this moment, the Dow Jones is up 787 points. That's a little over 1.5%. The S&P 500 is up 5 points. That's a fraction of 1%. And the NASDAQ is down 118 points. That's 0.44%. Coming up, if you think it's hot today, just wait for the weekend. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time 9:01.
Mornings are for recharging.
And they're for starting your day right.
We volunteer to join you in the car. Get news and weather at 102.7 FM during the most important part of your day.
Andy and Amanda, each morning between 5 and 9 on KSL News Radio.
Who likes uncertainty? Wall Street certainly doesn't. With stubborn inflation and partisan politics, there's a lot of uncertainty right now. What will America's future look like? What will your future look like? Will your taxes go up? Will your savings go down? For more than 16 years, Mike Stevens and the team at Capital Wealth have seen uncertainty come and go. Mike can help you create a plan designed to preserve your finances in uncertain times. And it's not a matter of if those uncertain times will show up, but when. Call 801-210-5500 now to meet with Mike Stevens and the team at Capital Wealth. If uncertainty is causing you to feel insecure, Mike Stevens can help. Call 801-210-5500 and schedule your visit today. 801-210-5500. Advisory services offered through Capital Wealth Advisors, LLC, a state of Utah registered investment advisor. Investing involves risk, including a potential loss of principal.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Common Spirit Health. Hospitals, clinics, and caregivers all connected to advance healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Healthcare with human kindness is here. Hello, human kindness.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by UCCU. Improve cash flow with home equity line of credit. We've got emergency traffic. How are things looking, Cormac?
Not too much better, Cameron. It's still stopped traffic eastbound I-80, and that's from really the 201 freeway. As you transition from the 201 freeway and go over I-15 to get onto eastbound I-80, that transition ramp now is stopped, and we're starting to see it get onto I-15. Northbound I-15 slow just after 3300 South, and then also onto that transition ramp to go eastbound I-80. And then eastbound I-80 is just stopped traffic from I-15 all the way over to Parley's Canyon. Northbound I-215 East Belt also slow from the South Belt all the way up to the Parley's Canyon. And that's just all due to this construction at the mouth of Parley's Canyon where it's just one lane, and it's just real stop-and-go traffic in both those stretches. Otherwise, though, your delays have really eased up for the morning drive. Northbound I-15 still just a little slow through Linden, residual due to that crash, and South 15 just a touch of slowdowns at Warm Springs Road. This summer, Jordan Valley Water asks you to water twice a week or less. It helps our community go into next year in a stronger position. Life is better with water. Cormac Bone in the KSL Traffic Center.
The high today is going to be 86 before it jumps into the 90s tomorrow. Then it's going to reach a sizzling 94 by Saturday, and then it'll come back down to 81 and cloudy on Sunday. Right now, though, it's 73 degrees and sunny downtown. I'm Cameron Elliott from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's time for the KSL Give-a-thon. Help your neighbors provide life-saving care for local children needing medical care. Go to kslkids.com or call 575-KIDS.
Those of you tuning in, expecting to hear Inside Sources, we have half of Inside Sources here. Greg Skordas.
Yeah, you have Inside.
We have Inside. The Sources is coming later when Holly Richardson
Sources
joins
will be here
us.
later, right.
But yes, we are continuing our 2026 KSL Give-a-thon for Primary Children's Hospital. We want to get those phones ringing right now for you to make a donation to the kids at Primary Children's. Let's give out the phone number so people can get right on top of that. We got people waiting. We got beauty pageant winners sitting by waiting to take your call. How often have you talked to a pageant winner?
I did today. Yeah, I went over to give a donation,
and that was
Miss
smart.
Salt Lake Valley.
So what's
great.
that number?
It's 801 KSL Kids or 801 575 5437. Either one. And you know what? If you're tuned in to listen to Inside Sources at 9 o'clock and you're wondering where's Skordas and Richardson, give us a donation. It's that time. Just sit down, call the number, give us a donation. If it's $15 a month, recurring donation, whatever you can afford, just call and do it right now.
And $15 a month will make you a Smile Maker, which is thanks to our partners at J&J Garden Center. At minimum of $15 a month, more if you can, if you can afford it and you're willing. We would love to get that. KSLkids.com, 801-575-5437.
And we want to thank our sponsor for this hour. That's what's making this possible so that we can take the time to help Primary Children's, and that is Hyundai. But right now we're lucky. I mean, on Inside Sources, you guys do interviews all the time. So that's what we're going to start off this hour with, Greg. And we're joined now by, where did we lose? There it is, Amanda Chowdhury. She's president of Primary Children's Hospital Taylorsville campus. Now, I didn't realize this was a Primary Children's campus. They were doing this construction near the 215 exit in Taylorsville, right there at 5400 South. Right. And it's right behind it. And I actually took one of my children there one time. I have 6, so I'm not giving anything away.
Yeah.
But we were struggling with some behavioral and mental health things, and we took them there. This is now a much expanded 90,000 square foot center. Amanda, we think of primary children's, I'm sure that people obviously think of things like physical injuries or sickness or things like that, but primary children's is dedicated to their mental well-being as well, as evidenced by this new behavioral health center.
Yes, thanks for having me this morning. It's so great to be able to talk about youth mental health and this new center that is opened about 9 months ago to really meet the youth mental health needs of our community and our state.
What are some of the unique features of this new campus?
Well, in this new building, we have a walk-in crisis center. It's available 24/7, and any child and family can walk in to receive immediately available mental health services. So that was one of our big new services that we're offering. Another feature that we're really proud of in this facility in Taylorsville is our family-centered care spaces. So parents can have a bed and room in with their child when they're on the inpatient unit. We also have family-centered spaces like family lounges, a cafeteria, and a partnership with Ronald McDonald Family Room to have an actively hosted hospitality space for families as well while their child receives mental health care.
Can you tell us about what's happened with that particular facility in Taylorsville? I hadn't been familiar with it until Andy talked about it, but how it's expanded, what's available that maybe wasn't there before, and what people in that community can expect when they go there?
Yeah, absolutely. So this center really brings together a full continuum of pediatric behavioral health care all in one place, all under one roof. That's something families didn't previously have access to in that way, and it's really the first of its kind in the state. Like I said, we offer that dedicated 24/7 crisis walk-in center. We also significantly expanded inpatient care with 50% more beds. Those inpatient rooms can be adapted to meet the unique needs of each child. And they also have space for parents to be able to stay overnight and actively participate in their child's care. We're really committed to family-centered care here to have parents alongside their kids when they're here. In addition, we have outpatient spaces that are larger. They're more thoughtfully designed for kids specifically with a lot of natural light. We have quiet rooms and sensory environments. And then what really makes this whole center impactful is the integration of our levels of care, so kiddos can move seamlessly between our outpatient, day programs, and inpatient levels of care as needed.
Can you talk a little bit about kind of the telehealth services? Because we think of Intermountain as providing help for people across Utah, across the Intermountain West, and for some of these people who are in the rural parts of these states. And what are the telehealth options available for mental health services?
Yeah, great question. It's so important to us that we are offering care as close to home as possible. So while we're really proud of everything we have available in Taylorsville, we also invest in making sure we can provide services closer to home. So telehealth is one way that we do that. We offer, through our clinic, virtual visits for therapy and psychiatry. We also offer telecrisis services so that pediatric crisis workers can be available via telehealth to any Intermountain hospital across the state. And that really helps expand our reach beyond just the Wasatch Front.
And I understand that some of the beds that are available for the children also have accommodations for the parents so they can actually stay with their kids overnight. Is that correct?
That's right. That's right. Each one of our rooms has built-in kind of L-shaped beds. So there's 2 twin beds in each room, and it's not because we have 2 patients per room. It's for a patient and their parent. So just like in medical settings where a parent can stay with their child if they're there after a surgery, we now offer that in the mental health setting. So a parent can stay with their child during a time of uncertainty or fear. It really helps to be able to have a parent nearby.
Well, we're talking with Amanda Chowdhury, the president of the Primary Children's Hospital Taylorsville campus. Amanda, thank you so much. And we got to get the phones ringing here so that people can help out great campuses like Taylorsville. They've got, the mental health side of the equation, something that parents didn't even really think about for years and years, and now is a focus. Amanda, thank you so much for being with us. The number to call to donate, we need to get the phones ringing, 801 KSL Kids. That's 801-575-5437. Andy Farnsworth, Andy Cupp.
Hello.
Greg Skordas and Adam Small with you here for this portion. As we talk about KSLkids.com, you can also donate if you happen to be at work and aren't able to use the phone and make a call in person. KSL Kids is also a way that you can do it. You can also text the word SMILE to 57500. Why the word SMILE, Andy?
Because it makes you smile when you donate and you give, but it also makes other people smile, like the parents and the families of these children who are going through quite a lot. So for them to not have to think and not have this stress of the finances weighing on them in an already difficult time, this is a great opportunity to put a smile on their face, but then also put a smile on your own face because you're doing something amazing to help these people.
I'll tell you what's making me smile today is that we've interviewed two people now, a campus in Lehigh that I had no idea existed for primary children's, which is, it seems to have everything available, and then a 90,000-foot campus in Taylorsville for mental health issues for kids. We talk about that all the time on our show with the internet, with things that are going on, the suicide rate, that type of thing. To think that we have something like that right here in the Salt Lake Valley for the young people is just outstanding. And what a great service that would be. And a room with 2 beds so mom or dad can stay with the kid.
You know, Adam, you have a younger child. It's funny, they don't come with instruction manuals. You don't just automatically know, oh, these are all the resources available to me now that I am a parent. This is stuff you just kind of pick up along the way, but the sooner that you can know something like this, the better off you be, because when the crisis happens, that's not the time you want to be trying to figure out what you're supposed to do next.
Right, exactly, because there have been times I've been sitting in a waiting room and you are just surrounded by, and of course it's always in the middle of the night too. Like, it never happens during standard business hour, so it's dark, you're tired.
Wait, I'm home from work and I've had a nap. Child, is everything okay now? If only.
Exactly. No, so you're sitting there, you're tired, your kid's tired, not feeling well, and I just can't help but, not only worried about my kid's well-being and obviously, what kind of financial repercussions are going to come from having to go to the hospital, I'm looking around at all these other parents who are holding 2 babies in their arms and just, I can imagine they're feeling the same things. And I wish, so many times I'm in that position, I wish I could help them in some way, but oftentimes, obviously I'm not in the position to, but this is one of these times that you can help that struggling mother or father with a young kid in the waiting room at Primary Children's Hospital. What you give today helps them directly.
Let's get the phones ringing. Something that always helps the phones is a match. I think it's about time we get a match going. All right, so this match is going to be made by Hyundai, and if you call right now, 801-575-5437, you're going to double your donation amount. This is the time people have been hanging on. I think that's why they haven't been ringing as much. People were waiting for us to announce the match. So starting right now and going through this commercial break that we're going to take right here, if you call 801-KSL-KIDS or 801-575-5437, your donation will double thanks to our friends at Hyundai.
I'm Utah tax attorney Jordan Wilcox. Don't face the IRS alone.
I was self-employed, and I got behind on my taxes. And then 1 year became 2 years and 3 years, and $116,535.47 to be exact. It just became overwhelming. Finally, I went to another tax company, and they were more interested in how good they were than helping me. I heard about Jordan and talking to the other people who'd done and been in the same situations that I was in, and their tax problems seemed just like mine. And so I went to Jordan, and it was amazing. They were able to negotiate it down to $5,200, and life became wonderful to me.
Don't face the IRS alone. You need a tax attorney that's not afraid to fight for you. Visit endtaxworry.com to schedule your free consultation. That's endtaxworry.com.
I will be forever grateful.
Since 1947, Whipple Service Champions has been Utah's most trusted name for heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Got a high-priced repair bill from another company and you're just not sure about it? Call Whipple. Get a free, no-pressure estimate or bring us their quote for an honest second opinion. Totally free. Whipple Service Champions, Utah's first place for second opinions since 1947. Call 385-273-7167 for your free estimate today. 385-273-7167.
Jeff Kaplan here. Gotta tell you, the paint job looked great, and our friend Sue couldn't say enough good things about CertaPro painters. They were professional, zero drama. They cleaned up. The house looks amazing, and if you need your house painted, you should